What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Boom shaka, boom shaka, boom shaka, boom shaka, laka, laka, laka. What's happening? Everybody up in here, make some noise. Hit the 4 if you're excited. Make some noise for Jesus. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Hit the 4 if you excited. Good to see all of you all. I appreciate y'all. Oh, y'all. I had a good day today. I hung out with my baby son. I had to have some mother-son bonding time, you all. You got to break away. Have time with your family and your children. Do what you can while you're here on earth to show love and respect to all the ones that have influenced your life, made an impact on your life while they are alive and are able to enjoy it. And while you're alive and able to enjoy it. Y'all, thank y'all so much for tuning in. And thank you all so much for hanging in there with me. I appreciate that. You guys have hung in there with me. I had to push this back because I had just got home around 9:30 and had to freshen up real quick and get him situated. So, y'all, we in this thing. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Yo, we got to, oh my God. So I want to start this off with Facts Me, okay? We're going to do another marathon on Candace tomorrow. So if we don't get to all the videos that I had planned in the lineup tonight, please know and understand we will be getting to it tomorrow. But I said we will start with this video with Facts Me because he also did, oh, hold on a second. Oh. Is it now? That's a new one. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I never see stuff like that. That's weird. But
this,
y'all, this right here is the video we looked at last night after we had Artie Trolls on with us here in the LLC. An absolute pleasure and honor. Shout out to Artie Trolls. Shout out to Facts Me. Shout out to all of you all. To Gary with Payment Tactic. Edie Marie, all the fantastic content creators we collaborated with. Shout out to my brother in Christ, my Morehouse brother, Jay Witt. How you doing, Deacon? How you doing? Yeah, Mama still got that information to do video on. Trust me, it's coming. I hope all of you all are well. So we do have a video we're going to check out here from Facts Me. This is the one where he shared this, what looked like a cease and desist letter. But when we read it last night and we looked at the attorney that allegedly sent the letter, and we went on the website, and shout out to my fantastic mods, No Reply, S-Files, Francisca, we did some digging. And it seems like this attorney has been linked to other fraudulent letters that have been sent out as a cease and desist demand. And because of the horrible grammar, the lack of citation of the law, video evidence was not cited. Just saying someone said something, that's not how that works. And oftentimes with a cease and desist demand, it's like a precursor to a lawsuit. You're just basically telling someone, listen, we're going to give you the opportunity to cease and desist with this. And here are the factual allegations based on the evidence that we have. That's why it has to be cited. As to why we're asking you to cease and desist. Because you just can't tell somebody, don't say this, don't do that. And you're not showing how it's violating the law. You're not proving that at all. You can't just say you said this in a video, in your most recent video. What recent video? I may have 50 of them. So when we went over that, and then we have some information, shout out to Francisca. She did a full analysis on this signature authenticity, of the actual letter that Facts Me goes over in the video. She did a full analysis on the signature from the actual supposed attorney. I personally don't believe this person is real. I believe this is just a made up individual. Somebody created a website. It's horribly put together. The website looks like a broke down Temu version of something you expect from a scammer. You get those little phishing scams talking about, you're due $500 in a refund from Microsoft. And the next thing you know is somebody from across the water is calling you, talking about, we're going to give you a refund, but we need you to log it to your bank. The hell you say? So that's how that whole cease-desist demand reads. It's like someone saying, log into your bank and then we'll give you the 500. Oops, we gave you 3,000. So give us 2,500 back in Walmart gift cards. You're like, kick rocks. Chabu. So that's what that letter looked like. Okay. And we're going to, oh my goodness, tomorrow. Oh man, we got something to talk about for Scientology Sunday. And Cher, I got your email, honey. How you doing, Cher? Ooh, I got your email. A whole murder. You can't make this up. Oh, you can't make this up. Oh, Scientology Sunday is gonna be something else. It's gonna be a whole true crime. Okay, so that's what that letter reads as, like a phishing scam from some scammer trying to give you some fake refund, and the Princess Zamunda's uncle died and he wants to give you $180 million. Only if you send him 5,000. Yeah, just stupid stuff. You can't make this stuff up. Why these scammers are so stupid. Ever so often though, they might come through and be able to scam a couple people. And if you're not cautious of knowing what to look for, you'll get got. So I really hope somebody got the word over to fax me. I was not able to email him. It was late. When I got done, I was tired. And then I've been out all day. So hopefully fax me got the word to change his passwords. Just create a whole new email account and let that be. I wouldn't even fool with the email. Child, it's something else. Mindy said, I did tag you on X. John Mappin was found in the Epstein files, and there's a voice recording. Cinema Shogun is awesome. Oh, thank you, Mindy. Colleen, what's going on? CC, Juju, S-File. Shout out to the Mars, you all. They always holding it down up in here. Francisca. Am I missing somebody? Switch up in here. Don't stop, Sam's Mama Sage. Mr. B5. Woo, child. Buxy. Y'all with Savs. We got new people up in here. Jacqueline, how you doing, honey? How's it going? You all right, Jacqueline? Cheryl, I got your email. Oh, y'all. Scientology Sunday is going to be something else. Ooh, good grief. Oh, man. Nikki, for freedom, how you doing? Everybody up in here. Everybody. JP up in here. How you doing? Six Gun. Okay. Oh, we got some. Listen, ex-samurai. I hope you all are doing well. So we're going to do this video, you all. I know it's already late. We're going to have a marathon tomorrow. Don't worry. After Scientology Sunday, because we have to talk about this case with Aaron, Ron, and Cheryl sent me an email that somebody was unalive. What the heck is going on? Somebody was unalived in front of the Scientology Center in LA. Oh my God. So there was a guy. Oh man, that was outside the Scientology Center when Tommy G was out there doing his piece. Shout out to Tommy G. That guy was arrested for unaliving someone with a knife to death. Same guy that attacked Ron, and Ron was arrested. Are you kidding? Y'all, Scientology Sunday is going to be something else. It's going to be a whole true crime. You can't make this up. It's something else. Oh, Loretta, thank you, honey. What's going on, Ginger Spice? I see you up in here, honey. Y'all, the chat is flowing. Tina Marie, I got your email. I sure will make you a mod. I sure will. It's my honor. Thank you so much. I sent an email about Candace and her role in Gamergate. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Tamara? How you doing? Am I saying that right? Is it Tamara? Tamara? Let me know, honey, if I'm butchering it. I don't like to mess up people's names if I don't have to. Oh, my goodness. Y'all, you can't make this up. Okay, y'all, we're going to get started on this. We're going to get started. We got to get going. I'm already behind. So let's get going on this. Let's get some music going. Shout out to Fax Me for posting this up and I guess giving us all a heads up. Candace, you're losing your damn mind. No one cares. Is she in Russia yet? When is she leaving? When is her flight taking off? Anybody know? God. Candace, you don't have to come back. That's, at the end of the day, we don't care. You want to go over there. Being a traitor to the United States of America, don't come back. I don't see why you want to come back. And then have to explain why you chose to go over there and you're not smart enough to handle yourself around a bunch of people trained to get intel by any means necessary. You have no idea what you're up against. You're not that smart, Candace. And if you take your kids over there to try to use them as bait, hoping that they'll let you go without trying to at least question you a little bit, they'll use your kids against you and they won't lose any sleep at night. So leave the kids here. Why would you take them? That's selfish. Candace, you're the worst. I just, you're the worst. You are the worst, you dumb demon alien. You're the worst. I, as a mother, our job is to nurture and protect our kids. If for nothing else, we are the ones that's supposed to make the decisions at the end of the day that serves their best interests, not our own. She has 4 kids, and Candace, I heard there's a rumor you might be pregnant. So you finna slide another little Georgie out here? For what? You can't even keep them out of harm's way and keep them from going to Russia. Why would you want to have more kids when you take the 4 kids that you already have and put them in harm's way intentionally and deliberately? What needs to happen is when her ass lands back here in the U.S., if she does return, which I hope she doesn't. I hope she chooses to just stay there. But as soon as she lands, CPS or DFAX needs to be meeting her at the airport. You put these kids in harm's way and you expect everybody to be okay with that? And then the whole idea of, those are her kids. Yeah, they are her kids. But here's the thing. When we all know that there are warnings saying do not travel to Russia at all, especially if you're a U.S. citizen from the United States of America because they hate our guts collectively, then you certainly don't put 4 small minor children on a plane and take them over there and they're at the mercy of their parents. And you think you're supposed to come back and not be questioned by CPS or DFAX? Child, please. They should be questioning her mental state. Why would you choose to do this again? Miss Alien, you're an alien, right? Oh, it's that yeast infection you are. I'm telling y'all, it's infected her brain. She's got brain rot. Yeast is out of control down there. Got her just, Candace, you've always made dumb decisions. But this decision is reckless to take your kids with you. I don't care if you and George want to go to Russia. But I do care if those kids get put in harm's way and it's beyond their control. They're not choosing to go over there. You're choosing to take them over there in an area where it could easily be affected by a whole war. Some attack or something could happen. Then you're dealing with Russian intel. You have no idea how to handle yourself around those people. Gary, you're an idiot. So when she lands back here again, if she does, she needs to be met by CPS and DFAX. I don't give a damn. Tennessee CPS needs to be questioning her and her mental state. Like, why would you do that? That's the ultimate sign of putting kids in harm's way. Child, you can't make this up. All right, I'm done venting because I'm a whole mama. And I just don't believe in doing dumb shit like that. And that is a dumb decision to make, Candace. So may God protect these babies because they can't help who their dumb parents are. And shield them and cover them, and may they make it out. And Candace, whatever you sow, you shall reap. The end. Can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to it. Hit the 4 if you can see in here. Shout out to Fax Me. Let's go. Lord, here's a whole. Yep. Oh, this is so boss. I love it. Your music copyrighted.
Songs,
it's not gonna be good.
Guys hanging out.
Hold on. All right. Hey, Angie, I see you out there. Hey, girl, how you doing? Hey,
Good day, my factivists. You are back with another fine episode of Fax Me TV. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We have finally hit the end of the week, my friends. It is Friday. I don't know what that means for most of you. For me, it means nothing. I don't have days of the week, it seems, you know. Or most people are working for the weekend, as the song says, or whatever. My day off is Wednesday, so Wednesday's my weekend. But it's Friday, so TGIF, right? We've got a lot to cover today, guys. And real quick, I just want to say a thank you to a lot of you who have given me support and, explaining your view on that whole debate thing. And, some of you got it, some of you didn't, some of you left. It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. So I'm just going to keep on keeping on. It's Fax Me, and you can either take it or leave it. But today we've got a lot to cover. First thing we're going to do is we're going to unpack Candace's episode from last night where she had Anna on there. So 2 wrongs don't make a right. You know what I'm saying? There were so many lies, misguidance, misdirection, misinformation in that hour or so that I can't even do this all in one episode. So I just took what I thought were the most damning lies and misdirects, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. And, I also want to mention too, because I'm seeing a lot of the Candace followers now are kind of giving up on the notion of saying that what Candace is talking about is fact. Have you guys noticed this? That they've kind of veered away from saying, oh, she only speaks the truth, I'll prove her wrong. They've kind of veered away from that. And now they're just saying what she said wasn't a lie. She said it was an opinion, or she's just insinuating it, or she's misdirecting people. She's not actually lying. Now, here's the thing. We get that. We know that. That's what she does. Okay, it's lying without lying. It's being deceitful. Okay, whether I'm holding up this vape and I say that, in my opinion, this vape is blue, okay? But I'm going to tell you why it's blue, guys. It's blue because this has been painted over in black. I can't prove that to you because it's painted over. I would have to strip it. But it was originally blue, I think, anyway. And unfortunately, they won't allow me to remove the paint to prove that. You see, that's what she does is, she's not blatantly lying. Sometimes she does blatantly lie. Sometimes she works her way around it. A misdirect or purposely fooling your audience to believe something is just as bad as lying. It's deceitful and it's ungodly. So those of you Candace followers out there saying you're Christians and you follow God and she's not lying because it's her opinion, she's being deceitful. And that's just as bad, guys. And we're going to be covering what went down yesterday on her episode between her and Anna, and just it was a direct extravaganza. It really was. And I'm going to clear the water because it's really foggy. I'm going to clear the water on everything that they have said or they said yesterday. And here's some big ones. FaxMe received its first cease and desist. That's right. I'm going to be sharing that with you all today with, of course, some redactions per the advice of my attorney. He said I can share it. I can talk about it. There are certain things I cannot say, and there are certain things I should not show. So per his advice, I'm going to show it to you because I'm being asked to completely wipe Facebook. Yeah, I am being asked to completely wipe FaxMe from internet existence. What am I going to do, guys? We're going to talk about that here in a few. And also at the end of the show, I'm revealing something I'm very proud of. I've been working on a Charlie Kirk music video, and I took an old 90s song and I did a cover version of it the way I would have liked to have heard the song originally. You guys know I'm more into the 80s metal hard rock stuff. This was a 90s song that I kind of reimagined. Has a similar theme, a little darker, if you guys know the story behind this particular song. But I've kind of flipped the script on what this song means, rewrote it, did my own reimagining of it, and then did an accompanying music video of it featuring Charlie Kirk. And I'm going to show that at the end. And I really, really hope you guys enjoy it. Share the crap out of it. You'll see it during today's show. And then following the show, I'm going to upload it to my YouTube channel as its own independent video so you guys can share it if you like it. I'm very proud of it. I think from start to finish, from the point of picking the song I wanted to use to the way I was going to compose it and perform it to the visuals I had in my head for a video for it, utilizing Charlie Kirk and some other things you're going to see. It took about 6 months. I would say 6 months to get this to where I'm ready to show it to you guys. So don't let that be any pressure. Don't let that be any pressure. But today, guys, let's get started, my friends, my factivists. Today, we are going to do what the internet refuses to do, except us here at FaxMe. We are not going to fact check by emotion. We are not going to fact check by fandom, because that's the latest one, right? We are not going to fact check by who yells Zionist the loudest, who says genocide with the most passion, or who whispers Epstein like it automatically unlocks a secret government basement. Epstein. You guys hear that? And who tosses out a conspiracy breadcrumb and then runs from the burden of proof? Who could I be talking about? Who tosses out conspiracy breadcrumbs and then runs from the burden of proof? Oh, we'll get to that, I guess. Today, we are doing this FaxMe style, just like every day. Evidence, my friends, not episodes. Receipts, not reactions. Documentation, not dramatic pauses. Have you noticed that? I've started to notice that. With people like Baron Coleman and Candace Owens, they do these dramatic pauses, and I think it's all for monetary gain. As silly as that sounds, they have very little content, and I've seen people say it about Baron, that he could literally sum up everything he has said across his 2 to 3 hour shows every night through the week. Minimum 2 hours, sometimes 3-4 hours, but he could literally whittle that down to 20 and 30 minutes of actual substance. But he doesn't want to do that because you are paid more for the length of your video. You are paid more for the length of your video because there's more time to show ads, right? You are paid more for the length of your video because that's longer audience retention. So I think these dramatic pauses and let me think on that for a second, or how should I think, because it all adds up. I had ran the numbers on one of Baron Coleman's episodes. It was about 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I ran it through AI and just asked AI how much of this was dead space, like nothing being said. And in that particular episode, it said 35 minutes of that episode, there was silence, just the ambience of the room. Okay. And then it like listed all of the dramatic pauses. It didn't say dramatic. It just said pause, And anyways, long story short, that particular episode that I did that with on Barron, it said there was an hour and 10, that there was 70 minutes worth of actual conversation in a 2 hour and 15-minute video. So that's just another sneaky little thing grifters do. The dramatic pauses, the walking off screen, the repeating themselves, anything to make their content longer and more profitable. But today, we've got Candace Owens, and she had Anna on her show or in her podcast, whatever you want to call it. And there are real issues being discussed here, guys, because this is what Candace does. She brings that little fragment of truth because you know it to be true, and then builds off of that with all of her lies. So then you believe the lies. Does that make sense? But, they're talking about Gaza. Gaza is real. Civilian death is real. Foreign lobbying is real. Donor influence is real. Government deception can be real. Any kind of deception can be real. Epstein was real. War propaganda is real. Institutional mistrust is real. This is all real stuff that they're talking about. But this is where adults are supposed to separate from cultists. And that's what we do here at Fax Me. We separate. The cultists are over there buying into it. The adults are over here hanging out with Fax Me. Real issues do not give you permission to invent fake bridges. And that is what Candace Owens does. And now it's double our fun because she's got somebody just as trustworthy on there. And that is the disease in this episode. It is not that every subject that they touch is fake. Okay. It is that they take real subjects, real pain, real distrust, real corruption, real concerns, and then they start gluing them together with their assumptions, their vibes, their private sources. It's always private sources, universal claims, and emotional accusations. That is not investigation, guys. It's like I referred to Candace yesterday. It's conspiracy arts and crafts. That's what it is. So let's walk through this. Again, I'm only showing you half of what can actually be debunked. I just wasn't going to take any more than about 30 minutes to do this. But right out the gate, Candace openly says that Zionists are not just attacking her and Anna, but that these people want their family harmed.
Similarly, her and I are both under a very severe attack from Zionists who, I guess, want our families to be harmed. Anna
Yes.
Kasparian, welcome to the Candace Show.
Thank you for having me.
That is the emotional launch pad of this entire episode. Right out the gate, the listener is not being invited to evidence. The listener is being pushed into fear. The frame is not, here are the individuals who threatened us. The frame is the whole category of people wants harm against our families. If somebody threatened you, name them. Show the post, show the email, show the police reports, show the direct message, show the evidence. But you do not get to turn criticism, backlash, or even harassment from specific individuals into a blanket accusation that an entire political or religious category wants your family harmed. That's stretching the truth. I mean, that is stretching it. It has broke. You have taped it back together. I mean, come on. That is not precision. That is not journalism. That is the oldest trick in propaganda. Take a real feeling and attach it to a giant enemy. So moving on from that, Anna praises and says Candace was fired from the Daily Wire for calling out the genocide in Gaza.
Well, first of all, it started with your firing at the Daily Wire and what you were fired for.
Now listen carefully, because this is where precision matters. Candace's exit from the Daily Wire absolutely happened after a very public clash involving Israel. Most of us know this. Anti-Semitic remarks and accusations, and of course, Gaza commentary. That is all true. But the public record does not prove the clean single cause version that she was simply fired because she called out genocide. That's her and the victim mentality, and you trying to get her, or her trying to get you to feel bad for her. Public reporting, actual reporting, describes the relationship ending amid a broader feud and controversy. If you want to say Candace and the Daily Wire split after conflicts over Israel and being anti-Semitic, that's fair. If you want to say her Gaza commentary was part of that conflict, that's fair. But if you say she was fired because she called out genocide, as if that is an established employment fact, then bring the employment documents, bring the termination letter, bring the direct statement, bring the evidence, Candace. Because martyrdom is not a source, period. So next they move on to the Brian Mask quote, right? The podcast.
Oh, Lord. Why is Candace still harping on this termination from Daily Wire? Candace don't know how to let things go. That's what's so crazy about this. She doesn't know how to let things go. The Candace, the horse is dead. It's 6 feet under. And you still beating that dead horse 6 feet more down in the ground. There is nothing more you can do to that dead horse. It's been dead for years. Why are you still harping on that? You know nothing's going to change about that, right? Daily Wire isn't going to do anything for you because they fired your ass. You're going to have to learn how to get over it. They owe you nothing. They didn't have to give you a job. I wish Ben Shapiro would look at some of these content creators and fire up that Candace Owens podcast where he put that tiny horse and was creating that hilarious comedy content over there. I hope he continues to do that because that was really doing well for him. You have so many fantastic content creators out here that can create comical, hilarious content, clowning Candace Owens, and we're here for it. And people that aren't scared to do it, where their content should be highlighted even the more. And Ben Shapiro could platform it. Even if he doesn't go full-blown hiring someone on, but he at least encourages people to check out small content creators that are putting out fantastic content. That is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I just love Edie Marie's Candyland Barker Babe 7000. You're talking about something, I mean, satire comedy that can be absolutely hilarious. Skit style comedy that you saw from like Mad TV. Just pure comedy. Where it's funny, it's relevant, it's refreshing. Something that he could help to promote even. That would help boost more viewers towards the Daily Wire. There's so many ways he could go with that. Where maybe it would not have led to any layoffs like that. I can't tell him what to do with his company. But I hope they continue to go down that path and they continue to put out fresh content and also help promote content creators that are doing great content and that are still, you know, keeping us all from having a migraine. When it comes to reporting on Candace, we're going to keep our foot on her neck. We don't owe her nothing else. Candace don't pay my bills. And I'm still waiting on this $7,000 check. Where's my money? I would love nothing more than somebody give me $7,000 for the pain, the suffering, and the headaches of talking about Candace. Yes, the sound of her voice is like a shrill. It's like someone scratching a chalkboard. Think of the worst sounds you could, and then you amplify that times 10. That's Candace. Someone paying me $7,000 would be cheap. Child boo. That's why that doesn't move me, honey. The candy ass is in the box, no better. That does not bother me. But for her to keep beating the dead horse in the ground about her termination with them, it's irrelevant. We don't care, Candace. That means nothing. It's a moot point. They're not going to give you anything. They're not going to compensate you. Why do you keep bringing it up? Get over it. How old is she? Can't make this up. Shout out to you, Shady Lady Katie. Well, gotta go. I just wanted to let Lady Luck to check the group chat. Love you all. Love Lady Luck. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I wanted to address this one here. Where is she at? Oh, Lord, I had a comment up. Somebody said I have 53 people watching. Where do you see 53 people? Let me explain something. Because I want to address this person directly. Hold on. I see the name. I want to put up that comment again. He said Candace is the real deal, Holyfield, a real legend. Of what? Alejandra 476. Comment to the chat, girl. I always tell the candy asses they enter my chat at their own peril. Sometimes we have to take time out for those who are new here. Sometimes we do have to take time out to show them a little attention because that's what they want. You said I had 53 people watching. Numbers matter here in the Lady Luck Club, and so do words. Okay. I have 98 people watching, and I bless God for it. Let me explain something to you. Comments like that confirm what I and others are saying about your cult leader, where she only does this for views, likes, clicks, subs, and money. Because you're measuring the number of people watching me versus the number of people that watch her. Why does that matter if you're not doing this for views? See, I understand that might be a very complex question and concept for you. But I bless God for the 98 people that are watching. I would rather have 98 real people that understand that what she's saying and doing is flat out wrong. It goes against scripture because you're attacking a widow. Plus, could be a crime because she's stalking someone. And that's a felony. Then I have 158,000 bots in a premiering of a pre-recorded, pre-scripted video. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I know that Candace doesn't quote scripture, even though you all walk around talking about Christ is king. So let me help you out. Jesus Christ said in the word of God that you have to learn how to be Lord of a few before I make you ruler of many. In order for me to bless God for the future of this channel growing to 6 million supporters, I have to bless God for the 98. Do you understand? Does that make sense to you all? Hit the phone. You don't know how to appreciate the blessing in what's happening right now. It's Saturday night at 10:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 98 people, 106 people. Look at God. 106 people. And it's going to go up. Could be doing anything else, but they would rather hang out with me here in the Lady Luck Club with the Luxers, with the mods, and with supporters, and the bots, and the candy asses, because I'm awesome. And so is Jesus. But they could be doing anything else. And they choose to hang out with me here. That's a blessing to me. I appreciate the 106 that are watching, while Candace still doesn't appreciate 160,000 that are watching, where 90% of them are bots. The rest are cult leaders. And those like myself, if we have to see or hear anything she says or does, I'm watching it through someone else, or it will be in a cartoon or Muppet version, just so I can at least have a good laugh. Two crackheads had an interview together. It's crazy. So understand, I'm not going to sit here and take any of this for granted. I am absolutely honored and blessed that 100 people are hanging out with me here in the LLC and having this watch party with me, keeping our foot on Candace's neck so she could be the real deal legend, whatever to you. Your God, Lord, Savior, your golden calf. You can idolize and worship her all day and night. I'm sure that's what the bots have been commanded and controlled and programmed to do. We here in the Lady Luck Club do not idolize a mere mortal. I don't want anyone to do that with me. I am humbled by the people that support us here in the LLC. I'm humbled by my mods, the fantastic mods here. I have their back and they have mine. And that's good enough for me. You understand, Alejandra? And if you don't, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe words are hard for you. Because I can clap back now. I'm the Saturday night. I'm trying to keep it biblically aligned. Do you understand? We bless God for the little thing that you might see as a little thing. You see 53 people as a small thing. I see that as an absolute blessing. And one day it'll be 530. One day it'll be 5,300. One day it'll be 53,000. One day it might even be 530,000. But right now we bless God for the 53. So for all those that are sitting here under the sound of my voice, please hit that like button. All 106 of you, hit the like button. Make sure you hype this video up when it's done and let YouTube's dumb algorithm know how much you've enjoyed this watch party. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. I have a lot of comments and emails to catch up on, so you all give me a moment. And I will try to catch up as much as I can. Thank you so much. Alejandro, I hope you've learned something today. You keep confirming us right. Candace does it for the views. I do it because it's the right thing to do, and it must be done. And Candace can kick rocks. Let's get back to it, y'all. Let's get back to it.
Cash frames Mast as saying there is no such thing as an innocent Palestinian.
They tried to, just as if you're leaving a cult, convince me that I was the crazy person.
Right.
For saying something so sensible, like, hey, killing kids is wrong. We shouldn't do that. Like saying a statement like Brian Mast did about the Palestinians, there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, which is what I was tweeting about in particular. Everyone should just have been like, of course, this is a wrong statement from Brian Mast.
Now, to be crystal clear, Brian Mast's actual comments are very disgusting and dehumanizing. Absolutely. I'm not defending Brian Mast. I'm defending being accurate. The reported quote was that it was not a far stretch to say there are very few innocent Palestinian civilians. And he later made another statement saying these are not innocent Palestinian civilians. So the correction here is, yeah, you condemn the real quote, but you don't need to alter it, Candace and Anna. You do not need to inflate it. You do not need to sharpen it into a different sentence, which is what you guys did. If a public official says something vile, use the exact vile thing they said. That is how you win with facts. It's not hard. That's what I don't get with you guys. You could have said exactly what he said and still had the same impact, but you have to lie. Because the second you change the quote, you give the other side an escape hatch. You lied. You misled
Candace
people.
can repeat some.
You let them say that's not what I said. And now the conversation is no longer about the dehumanizing statement. It's about whether or not you were accurate. So why'd you lie about it? Something so simple. Something that the truth was actually just as damning as what your lie was. Facts Me doesn't give opponents escape hatches, just to be clear. Okay, now the next clip here, Candace connects three different things. Her Australia visa problem, her YouTube ad issue, and I'm going to say that again. YouTube ad issue and her Daily Wire exit.
Australia banned you after you said that it's a genocide?
Yeah, that was the beginning of I was temporarily banned for ads from.
Now stop. Candace, when the hell are you going to give out those refunds to all those people that bought those tickets for that event from that so-called tour? That you had an event planner scheduled. And then he ended up declaring bankruptcy because you did not secure the visa before you planned the event. And the man fronted up a lot of the costs for the event. You had tickets as high as $1,500 for backstage passes and one 5-course meal with your dumb behind. $1,500. That's rent for most people. Most like regular working people. That's definitely rent. And you did not give those people their refunds. And you have no intentions on doing that. And you want to whine and complain about a country not letting you in? See, this is why she's still whining about it. Because Candace, deep down, you know that you're wrong for leaving your own cult members hanging and not giving them refunds on those tickets. So you thought you were going to bully your way into that country just so you could do the tour and make the money back. But it didn't happen that way because they don't have to let you over there. They don't have to let you into their country. Every country is not going to be friendly to you. And you're going to have to get over it and kick rocks. You're not dictator of earth. No one owes you anything. And, because she appreciates nothing. And her co-members ensure that they have not ever learned how to appreciate the little things in life. Then she wants to sit here and be the victim and whine and cry about it. Girl, if you don't get on somewhere and grow up, Australia does not have to let you in their country. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Australia is a whole continent, actually. Can't make this up. They don't owe you anything, Candace. Kick rocks. They said no. Move on. Many other countries should be telling her no. One day, the UK might tell you no. All because you pissed off George's mother. Candace, how did George get that black eye? When is that going to come up? How did George get this black eye? Yeah, they could be beating each other's ass in that house in front of them 4 kids and we never know it.
YouTube because they are organized online and started mass reporting my new channel. I got banned from Australia, got fired from the Daily Wire. They started putting pressure, Bench Bureau in particular, on, this is the Zionist lobby. It's not just in America, it's global. And so I went from being a rock star to suddenly she is Adolf Hitler and deserves nothing in her life.
Now the reason
what the heck is she talking about? Candace, who stopped you from creating a website, selling your dumb merch, having a YouTube channel, being over there on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, getting 6 million bots? No one stopped you from buying bots to copy and paste and still can't spell your first name correctly. Who's stopping you from that? Tell me, I went from being a rock star. Girl, please. Candace. You weren't a rock anything. You understand? You're a rock in a hard place. That's what you are. You were not a rock star. Girl, bye, Felicia. Yo, no talent, dumb having ass. Still can't read or pronounce words with 2 syllables. Beret and bureau. I can't make this up. She acts as if people owe her something. No one owes you nothing. And yet she walks around talking about, I was raised to believe in hard work. No, you were raised to think that you're supposed to whine and pout and throw a tantrum. You all could clearly tell she's spoiled. She's a brat. And yet she has to lie and say, oh, my mother kicked me out the house at 14. And then her cousin debunks it. I don't know where she got that from. Her mom made sure her 2 sisters were on the up and up. Where she got that from? Funny how her sisters aren't out here, confirming some nonsense like that buffoonery of your mother putting you out at 14 years old and then you had to go live with a boyfriend for 6 months. So is that your way of trying to justify you having sex at 14 years old, Candace? Well, you talk about abortions like you can relate to it. Candace, did you ever have an abortion? Just asking questions. I get the feeling you did. And now you're having multiple children to try to, I guess, make up for that. You feel guilty about it. And then you're going to take those 4 kids to Russia where they have a do not travel advisory, level 4 warning for your safety, for theirs. And you're going to do it anyway. So the gifts that God has given you with these 4 kids, you can't even appreciate that either and keep them safe. You dumb alien. Yeah, okay. And yet, I'm supposed to be concerned about 50 people watching. This girl putting 4 kids in harm's way, though. While she whines and complains about what happened with the Daily Wire years ago, to which we don't care. You shouldn't even care at this point. If you feel you've been blessed, why are you hopping on the past? Oh, you can't make this up.
I emphasize the YouTube ad issue is because she is infamous for saying that she has never paid for advertising. Guys, if you're new to Fax Me, I have an episode on here. Go back through the archives where I expose, and Factivist, if you've seen it, go ahead and bring it up in the chat. I expose Candace for spending over $1 million in a year's time on just advertising on Facebook. Some of those ads cost $30,000, $40,000. All of that information, screenshots, everything. The evidence is in that episode. So she lies and tries to tell people in comments and posts that she's never spent $1 on advertising. But I proved that she had, just on Facebook alone, over $1 million. Now she's saying to Anna that YouTube prevented her from continuing to run ads. Well, Candace, right there, you're admitting that you ran ads. So why now?
Okay, is Anna related to the dude that that's on the Young Turks? Is she related to him, or she just a co-host over there? I thought she left the show. She doesn't have her own thing or something. Oh Lord, this is ridiculous. What is Anna going to do about Candace being terminated from the Daily Wire? Nothing. Anna is not going to do anything about that. There's nothing she can do about it. Candace is still venting about something like this. It's like her only way of trying to drum up hatred for anyone that's Jewish or all of Israel. All these people that hired me to work at the Daily Wire fired me because, I said things that were horrible against Jews in Israel. Even though they all have some ties to Jews or Israel. Like, what did you expect? You can't go work for a company and dog them out. You dogging out the CEO, everybody that is either Jewish or from Israel or has ties to Israel or friendly with Israel. You cannot put a whole company in jeopardy because of your nonsense and buffoonery. And then think they're supposed to continue to pay you money. This is the same heifer that wants TPUSA to put her on their payroll for PR. Candace wants to be on the payroll of TPUSA. That company she hates real bad. Where she told donors to demand refunds, interfering with their ability to make money, which is tort. Tort is interference. They could sue her for that. No. She told them, the donors, demand your refunds, and then turned around and said in 3 different videos, twice said, I want to be on the payroll. They should put me on the payroll for PR. And separately, in a separate video, said they should just pay me a monthly retainer for their PR. Because to her, this is all about public relations and how she looks in the court of public opinion. And then when it comes down to the court of law, her ass won't even go to a hearing. And she's stalling the Macron lawsuit. Candace, have you filed your motion to dismiss in Brian Harper's lawsuit yet? Or what? What are we doing with it? Because see, I don't care about her whining and crying all over the internet. How do you act and respond in a court of law is what really matters the most. Because Candace, a jury of your peers will be determining how many millions of dollars your dumbass will be paying to Brian Harper and to the Macrons. And we are here for that all day, every day. Do you understand me? That man could easily get 20 million out of you. And I hope he does. And then when Erica Kirk and TPUSA drop their lawsuits upon your head, they can get even the more. And all you're worried about is, well, they hate me because I said something about Israel and the Jews. You can't make that defense to a judge and jury in court to explain why you said that donors should just demand refunds and try to interfere with their ability to generate revenue. That's not a feasible defense in the court of law. That judge does not care about your personal views on Israel. I can bet you that $7,000 your candy ass cult members want me to have so bad. The judge and jury will not care about that. It will not be a viable defense. Well, Your Honor, I said that people should demand the refunds because, they don't like me because I said these things about Israel and I believe Israel has something to do with Charlie Kirk's murder, and Benjamin Netanyahu released his letter and it just hurt my feelings. What? None of that would be relevant. Sorry. No, Ms. Owens, we just want to know, why did you tell donors to demand refunds from TPUSA? Well, it's because, I felt like people, they covering up the murder of Charlie Kirk. What evidence do you have on that? Okay, objection, irrelevant. You see how this is going to go, Candace? That's how that's going to go. Because if you don't have any evidence on that, it will not justify it. It will not justify all that tort. Tort. T-O-R-T. Tort. So you'll still be standing in a court of law looking like an idiot. You already sound like one in the court of public opinion. Because you just can't make this stuff up. She really thinks this is all going to fly in court. No, it's not. None of this will mean anything in court, Candace. Go to court, dummy.
Oh, are you trying to tell people you don't do that? She was bragging yesterday about her following on YouTube and coupling that with, we've never paid for ads to get here. We've never had sponsors. We've never had outside money. We've never had to. Everything she said in that sentence was a complete and total lie. And I proved that in that episode that Candace Owens does pay for advertising. She is a liar. But the frame is that this is all one big Zionist pressure campaign.
Exactly, JP.
Punishing her for telling the truth. But public evidence does not support that, Candace. Australia's visa refusal was upheld on character grounds tied to concerns about you inciting discord and violence and past controversial public commentary. You and your lack of morality and ethical behavior is what got you banned. Okay, this had nothing to do with Zionist pressure. The Daily Wire situation was a public breakup amid multiple controversies and clashes. Okay, not just one thing that you're trying to make it out to be. So stop turning separate controversies into one conspiracy rope unless you can prove the knots, Candace, because you can't and you won't and you haven't and you never will. Many people lobbied. Maybe pressure happened, right? Maybe more lobbying happened than we're aware of. Maybe some people celebrated it. I celebrate anywhere you're not allowed to speak. I'll be the first to tell you that. But the claim is not some people criticized Candace.
Oh, man.
Okay, that would have been the way to say it. The claim is...
I'm with facts with Candace. I jump for joy when a whole country, a whole continent even, tells you, you're not welcome here. We went over that appeal in the court documents, by the way. Candace, did you pay the court costs of the government, the Australian government? Did you pay those court costs? You were ordered to do that. So she lost her appeal for the visa. Part of that judgment is for her to pay the government's court costs for having represented that case, because she filed that appeal knowing that they don't really have to let her over there. She never had a case to begin with. And we went over those court documents. Make sure you guys check that video out in the Candace, the alien playlist on the channel. Because we went over those court documents for a reason. Candace tried to bully her way over there. She tried to bogart her way into Australia. They said no, and they stood firm on it. And look what happened. Ain't God good? They said, no, don't come over here. We're protecting our people from you. You're one less idiot coming over here spewing all that nonsense. You have people carrying out death threats against others. There are a few men in jail because they issued death threats to Jewish conservatives or to Erica Kirk because of Candace Owens. And she can't seem to just retweet and say, I don't condone anyone sending a death threat to anybody. You have a clear death threat that was sent to Erica Kirk. And Candace encourages people to stalk this woman because they act as if they pay her bills. And they don't. All of these clowns are a non-MFing factor in the life of Erica Kirk. You don't have to take care of her and her kids. And she certainly doesn't have to take care of you people. So why would anyone feel the need to have to stalk her again? A whole felony? It's a felony in her state. That's where it would matter the most. The state she lives in, it is a whole felony, not a misdemeanor. So if you get locked the hell up, that's on you. And that's exactly what has happened. One man has been locked up. Candace, you want to go for 2-0? I'm here for it. Clearly, the local authorities have no quarrels with locking somebody the hell up for issuing a death threat against Erica Kirk. Because you have people out here listening and watching everything she says and does, everywhere she goes, with your sources and direct contacts that live in her building. That's what you said out of your mouth in a whole video that will be used against you in the court of law. Erica Kirk, please hurry up and get this protection order. You can't make this up.
That a coordinated force caused all these outcomes because she opposed Gaza.
Child.
That requires evidence.
A lot of it.
Not a theme song, okay? So then we move on to Anna claiming the United States depleted 80% of its missile interceptors.
When you consider the fact that we have depleted 80% of our missile interceptors because we've given military aid to Israel, Ukraine, we're currently using interceptors, in this war against Iran. I'm worried about our national security.
That number matters. 80% is not
the bots are so dumb. Sensation. I'm not going to read the definition of the word hate to you at all. You're going to have to Google that. Stop being lazy. The candy ass is coming here and they demand all kinds of things like you pay my bills over here. You pay nothing. I don't care about your little demands. That stuff don't work over here. That don't work on me at all. Not here in the Lady Luck Club. Stop throwing a tantrum and go and read. I told you start with the definition of the word hatred. You said hate for Candace. No one said we hate her. No, I want her to lose her lawsuits. That has nothing to do with hate. And a judge in a court of law will tell you that. If you don't believe me, read case law on defamation. If thou knowest how to read, read. In all thy getting, get understanding. Yes, Lord. That's what the word of God says. Because the candy asses walk around here talking about Christ as King, So in all thy getting, get some understanding. That starts with you having a level of knowledge. Reading is fundamental. We read here in the Lady Luck Club. Unlike Candace's so-called book club that you're probably paying for. Or at least scripted to pay for. Either you're a bot or a cult member. I don't care. Go and read. Come back with the definition of the word hate. And you tell me, when did I say I hate Candace? I have no emotions towards that girl one way or the other. I sleep peacefully at night. And I will still do my videos on her. You stop nothing. You understand? But I want a timestamp where I said that I hate Candace Owens. because I take that very literal. I don't trust bots to try to, translate the definition and concept of the word hate. So when did I say I hate her? We get past that point, then you can ask questions. Oh, and also ask her, where are her 2 degrees? Because they love to say, what has she lied about? We're not here to keep appeasing you all and answer your dumb questions over and over again. You're either incompetent or your programming is slow. Which one is it? Where are Candace's 2 degrees? Tell her to post them up. And tell us why George had a black eye. And how did she break her foot? That's it. Otherwise, you serve no purpose.
Lot. 80% is not serious depletion. 80% is a specific factual claim. And the public reporting I found supports a serious missile defense strain, okay? And concern about depleted stockpiles. But I did not find solid public support for the broad claim that the United States depleted 80% of its missile interceptors. The accurate claim is the U.S. and allied missile defense stockpiles have been heavily strained, and that certain interceptor categories have been significantly used. See, they conveniently leave that stuff out. They conveniently leave it out. But unless you can source the 80% figure cleanly, do not say 80%, because numbers are not decorations, kids. Numbers are claims, and claims need proof. They need those receipts that you candy called keep saying she has, yet none of us have seen them
post it.
ever.
Thank
She
you.
can't produce one.
Not one, not even her 2 degrees. Funny how she said, I have 2 degrees, one in English and one in journalism. Where are they? Why won't she show her degrees? If you have 2 degrees, why can't you post them up and show your degrees? Why would that be hard for her to show as evidence? Why would she lie about George's DUI? Oh, it was a fender bender. No, it wasn't. It was a total crash out. That truck was totaled. He got drunk, stupidly drunk. Got behind the wheel of a $150,000 truck, as it was quoted in as far as his valuation, and drove it into the earth, according to the police report. It crashed into the earth. It was a single vehicle crash into the earth, to the point where he blew out and completely lost the front driver tire on that big truck. That is how severe that impact into the earth was. He lost a whole tire. And that should not be easy to do on a truck valued at over $100,000. And it had to be loaded, meaning it was like the top tier of its class. So I'm sure he had the cameras, the TVs and stuff. I mean, everything souped up in that vehicle. And he crashed that thing into the earth and totaled it out. And Candace called that a fender bender on X in a post, because words matter here. That is not what the police report described it to be. And she had to pay a policy out for almost $7,000. Candace, is that where you got the $7,000 from? That was the amount you had to pay to your insurance company for George's DUI accident. The crazy thing is they have the money. But why is she belittling him being on our U.S. highways, sloppy drunk 3 times the BAC? The real men in Tennessee, boy, next time y'all see George Farmer driving out there, you got to catch him in a bar and say, what you doing here? Now, hand me the keys. We're not doing this. You can call an Uber, call your wife, call a friend, call your boyfriend, but you're not driving anything on our highways and putting anyone else in danger, because he could have literally had an impact. Lord, we thank you that didn't happen. But he could have had an impact with another vehicle with children in it. And then what? That truck was totaled, and Candace called it a fender bender and tried to belittle it. That is how stupid she lies. Her lies are so dumb. It defies logic. When we can look up, I choose to believe the police report and the arrest report and any other reports and documentation by the authorities. Because she never said he wasn't in an accident. Well, she tried to say that. And she realized, okay, I can't say that. But she tried to downplay it to a fender bender. I mean, she acknowledged it and said that they had to pay a total out for their insurance policy. It was a little over $6,900. All of that is in documentation. You know, documentation. Something she will need for court as well to prove why she went out here and lied like hell. On Erica Kirk, TPUSA, blame people for aiding in some cover-up of a murder that she can't prove. You know, she got to prove that. Because they'll be able to prove that she lied and there's no evidence. That's their burden. Petitioner's burden is to prove she lied. She defamed me by giving verifiably false statements and there's no evidence to support her statements. So if she counters and tries to defend herself, she would have to produce evidence to prove it to be true, not based on her opinion. We don't care about that at all. And because they will be able to prove that she lied and there is an absence of evidence, they will win damages. And Candace will still be stupid. Can't make this up. And we're still going to have the candy asses asking, how did this happen? You know, 3 years from now, they'll still be trying to figure out how did this happen. We thought our Lord and Savior cult leader Candace was going to win this one for sure. Oh, no. Baron Coleman said she was going to win with his clown ass. I dare he say all that he said in his video in front of a judge. Put his dumb ass in front of a judge and say, now repeat everything you said word for word in that video. And watch how fast that judge reprimands him. He couldn't even cite case law. Tell him to kick rocks.
So when you now have upward of 75,000 people killed in Gaza.
So Anna continues, and she says 75,000 people have been killed in Gaza. Well, this is important because some people will rush to call that a lie. I'm not going to do that. Official counts and independent estimates are different categories. Some official figures were lower at certain points, but independent estimates and later reporting have put violent deaths around 75,000.
Oh, man.
So you do not call this a lie. You correct it by source category. Again, not giving you all the facts. Are you using official reported deaths, ministry-linked totals, OSHA reporting figures, or independent morality estimates? That is the intelligent correction here, guys. This is what separates a fact checker from a heckler. Okay? So that's why I wanted to do that one. Okay, so then Candace moves on to the Epstein thing, and every pro-Israel media figure suddenly decided the Epstein files were no big of a deal. This is her new thing.
We just address how brazenly obvious, like, okay, when every pro-Israel media figure comes out at the same time and basically says, oh, there's no big deal with the Epstein files, they shouldn't be released.
What media figure? Who said they shouldn't be released? I've never heard anyone say they should not be released. I think that's the one thing we all as human beings in the United States of America can agree on. All the files should be released. Personally unredacted. The man is dead. When are we going to get past that is my question. When are we going to get past that? This is why, and I'm going to say this because I see the chatter in the chat. This is why I'm apolitical. Because none of these presidents we've ever had, Republican or Democrat, pay my bills. And on Judgment Day, God will not be asking you if you voted Republican or Democrat. It is a choice to have political views and for them to be aligned with either party. We'll be at this all day going back and forth about something regarding a Republican or Democratic president, none of which pay your mortgage. This is why I don't engage in all of that. It's too divisive. People can't just say, okay, I disagree on this, but I agree on this. So please calm down in the chat. Good Lord. We want everybody to be able to focus on the topic at hand here. Stay respectful. Hit the 4 if you understand. If you don't like it, that's fine. There are a lot of channels that talk about politics, but I don't dive into that like that over here. And I can't stand when Candace tries to make the politics of this the focal point when it's not. It's her jealousy and envy and her not getting a life. Candace could talk about anything else. She could read a book and report and research on anything else. She chooses to sit here and have interviews with Andrew Weinstein and Hunter Biden's crackhead ass because he called himself that. Not because he's a Democrat. He called himself a crackhead. How many times in that meeting? Well, that squabble. I got tired of hearing him saying that he's a crackhead. Good Lord. Either you're recovering or you're not. Pick one. It has nothing to do with politics. Certain things just have nothing to do with politics. It's a matter of ethics and morality and us having a soul. Candace is out here doing the nonsense she's doing. She's got whole countries and continents telling her, you can't come over here. Because she puts people's lives in danger. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle is on. It's crazy.
I love how she loves to use the word every. Okay. We all see it. We all know it. Every one of us know it. We all think that. She likes to make it like it's the masses. Every pro-Israel media figure suddenly decided the Epstein files were no big deal. That word every is where the claim collapses.
Yeah, because I haven't heard anybody say
name them. Name them, Candace. Every pro-Israel media figure, every single one, every host, every commentator, every writer, every outlet, and every influencer. Did you name them? No. But you said every. That is not a claim.
Yeah, all of them.
You're just putting fog out there for your audience so they can't see clearly. If you mean some,
her audience don't want to see clearly because most of them are bots. So that's for the seeing part. They're bots. They half the time they barely compute. They can't even look up the definition of the word hate and apply it correctly. What are we talking? I don't give much credibility to her people and her audience. I really don't. But this is the problem: is that she generalizes everything and leaves everything vague and ambiguous. And whoever this Anna chick is just kind of co-signing off on this stuff. And she couldn't name anything either. She couldn't name anyone. Everybody wants the Epstein files released. Can we all agree to that? Hit the 4. We all want the files released. We would love for everything to be unredacted. We want to see all the names. Hit the 4 if you agree. All the Epstein files should be released. And good Lord, if there could be criminal charges to come out of it, we would love to see all the bad guys go to jail. Hit the 4 if you agree. Epstein files released, unredacted, and all bad guys go to jail if there is merit and any credible charge that can be found in those documents. Hit the 4. I think we can all agree. Put the politics to the side. We can all agree for the sake of humanity that if there are any bad guys that should be charged with a crime from the Epstein files, they should get locked the hell up. And we probably would love to see that. Hit the 4. Hit the 4. Because I would. That way we can move on with that. Candace makes this an issue like it's no one wants this released but me and all the people who don't like Israel. What are you talking about? Question is, you gotta have some evidence to charge someone with a crime. You wanted Erica Kirk, Candace, you wanted Erica Kirk to go to jail or at least be questioned by the police. And you can't even come up with a chargeable offense. Your dumbass conspiracy of her having aided in some cover-up is defamatory. But you can't prove it for it to be criminal. That's the issue here. And yet, you wanted an innocent American citizen to be jailed, no less interrogated. Off to jail for Erica, at very least interrogated and questioned. Now, they need to interrogate and question your dumb behind for saying that you have eyes and ears everywhere. We're always watching and listening, and I have direct sources and contacts that, obviously that live in her building. Yeah, because they're reporting every time she goes out and empties the trash. What are you doing? You don't think that felony is worthy of an investigation? And you're doing it across state lines, Candace. Guess what that is? That's interstate. That would fall under the jurisdiction of the FBI, you clown. Candace should have already been reported to the feds for that. You talking about the Epstein files? You think the FBI agents gonna give a damn if you get interrogated for stalking someone in a different state? They're gonna say, ma'am, we don't care about the Epstein files. We're asking you about why you have sources of direct contacts living in Erica Kirk's building telling you every little thing that she does. And who are they? Give us the names and the apartment units they live in. What's their unit number? We want names, full addresses, and contact information so we can go collect them. You got it, man. Oh, it's the buffoonery for me. And how ironic for her to say, well, I'm going to just start clapping back to anybody that talks about me. Get off your kick rocks. Candace Owens. I dare you to come out of my mirror like Candyman. I'm going to keep talking about this. Because Candace, you're going to get this girl killed. And you don't care. But we do. So you can kick rocks. Because just as much as I think it's horrible for you to take 4 small children to Russia when their advisory saying, don't go over there, let alone bring minor children with you, and you got 4 of them. I also care about her 2 little ones. They haven't done anything to you, but you're having them mother stalk. You do understand they live there with her, right? But you got these idiots on PBD podcast. What was the dude named? The one that was the Count Dracula. That we did the photos of him eating coleslaw. Talking about she hasn't been home. He said that with a blessed assurance. He didn't ask. He didn't pose that as a question. And I caught that then when he said it. We saw that dude, that video where the guy from PBD podcast, remind me of his name, you all in the chat, where he said she hasn't been home. Who you been talking to? Who told you that? Sounds like you've been following her everywhere she go. He said that with all the air in his chest and was not questioning whether she'd been home at all. Never mind the fact that she canceled an event with the vice president because of safety reasons. And now look, a man is in jail for issuing a death threat against her. Now, how does this idiot feel over there at PBD podcast? I wonder, has he said anything about that? Has that moron said anything about Erica Kirk getting a death threat to the point where a person had to go to jail for it? Count Chocula. I don't remember his name. Y'all remember his name? What's the guy name? He over at PBD podcast. What's his name? Vinny. Thank you, Sifa. Vinny. Has Vinny said anything about this guy going to jail for sending a death threat to Erica Kirk? Where the rest of these morons and creeps and nasty ass bastards should be locked up at. All of them need to go to jail. Y'all gotta listen. Excuse my profanity tonight, because that disturbs my soul to know this girl can't live in peace because Candace Owens is jealous, and for no other reason. No one did anything to her. Erica Kirk has never said or done anything to Candace Owens at all. Period. She doesn't even barely mention her name. And when she does, it has a ring to it. It leaves a whole effect. It raises eyebrows. But that's what happens when you're not sitting around just obsessing over someone and you're able to live your life. She went months without saying Candace Owens' name. She has never did anything directly to Candace Owens to bring on this level of stalking where Candace Owens' words are putting Erica Kirk in even more danger along with 2 minor children. And somehow Candace, don't talk about me. I'm tired of people talking about me, George. You'll make me a sandwich. Candace, how did George get the black eye? But you worried about somebody living in her building. Unbelievable. Candace doesn't care about any of this stuff. Vinny and Sloppy. What did Sloppy Joe Kent say about Erica Kirk getting a death threat? All these morons out here. We already know the candy asses over there on X, trying to downplay it. A man is in jail. Hell, you mean? But see how their opinions don't matter when it comes down to somebody being arrested? You see how their opinions are irrelevant when it comes to a matter of law? When these matters are brought before a judge in the court of law, you see how those so-called candy asses on X are irrelevant to that criminal charge. Judges aren't considering what Project Constitution thinks about him stalking Erica Kirk, lying about her having a boyfriend. You think that judge cares about that when they lock that dude up? No. They could care less that Project Constitution exists. I'm just trying to remind the candy asses of their place here on Earth and why many of them are irrelevant to the rest of us. Amen. People going to jail for death threats. And yet and still, Candace believes that she should not be reported to local authorities or have a protection or restraining order issued against her from a judge or an injunction. She shouldn't be sued for defamation. The audacity. A whole continent should let her in. No. This dumb alien is spoiled. Girl, take that back to your home planet where you think everybody's supposed to be worshiping the ground you walk on.
Say something. If you mean major figures I follow, name them. If you mean a pattern among certain commentators, document the pattern. Who are they? What are they doing? Then it's a pattern. But do not say every unless you can prove it is everyone. This is misleading. It's psychologically manipulating your audience.
And at its core, it's just he's being instructed to attack people who don't support Israel.
That is not just Trump favors Israel. What? That is not just Trump is influenced by donors. That is a claim that somebody is instructing him. If Trump is being instructed, show us the instruction.
Candace.
Show it to us. You said he's being instructed. Show us the instruction. Show us the email. Show us the call log. Show the witness. Show the donor meeting. Show the document. Show the policy for payment exchange. Without that bridge, this is not evidence, Anna. This is just soap opera drama. It's suspicion. It's just you creating another narrative for people to run with that are now going to believe it. And suspicion has no constitutional right to dress up as a fact. You are lying.
Honest, I just think at the top it's all the same. I think the Epstein files had everyone in it. I think they have been that sort of global arms trafficking human.
Candace, don't you have some genetic relatives that are in it? Like an uncle or somebody from the islands over there, aiding and shipment and all of that. Don't you have some relatives in that? You sure you want this stuff released? I mean, we want it released, Candace. But see, be careful what you ask for. Because, unlike you, we read here in the Lady Luck Club. And you still have not read the Epstein files. This is the same moron that has not read the indictment against Tyler James Robinson either. Candace, you made a complete fool of yourself with that interview with the young lady from CNN that you did 18 days after Charlie Kirk's death. It was on September 28th. he was assassinated on September 10th. 18 days after his death, she did that interview. It was planned and scheduled. You don't interview with CNN impromptu. Not for that type of sit-down interview that they did. And it's on my channel. Y'all can go watch. I have a whole straight version with no commentary. So you can watch it from beginning to end, no commentary, nothing. And she had not even read the indictment. And yet she thinks that it's an achievement for cameras to be in the courtroom for Tyler James Robinson's hearing. As if she's been pushing for that. Candace already said she doesn't care about that investigation in Utah. She doesn't care about the murder trial. She doesn't believe Tyler James Robinson pulled the trigger. But yet she can't tell us after 8 months who she think pulled the trigger. My guess would be George Farmer. Because it would be. Candace, I can give a lot of reasonable doubt to line up as to why my theory would be George Farmer. But see, he won't even give us an alibi. Funny how you think somehow that double standard does not apply to you and him. What is your alibi, Candace? How much money did you pay Tyler Robinson again, Candace?
Sex trafficking syndicate is running America and has been running America for a long time. Obviously, Epstein, his side gig was blackmail, but people forget that former Mossad agents testified that he was brought in for the arms deal for the Iran-Contra scandal.
Yes.
So, Candace is still on the Epstein kick, and she says the Epstein files had everyone in them.
Oh, my God.
Then talks about a global arms and sex trafficking syndicate running America. Let's be very careful here. Okay, Epstein was real. Epstein's trafficking was real. Powerful people around Epstein were real. The public has every right to demand transparency. But everyone was in the files, and a global syndicate runs America are not established public facts. The DOJ FBI review said it did not find a client list or evidence supporting some of the blackmail claims that dominate the internet. You can criticize that review, that's fine. You can say you don't trust it, but you cannot replace it with an unsourced super conspiracy and call that proof. Epstein truth requires evidence, guys, not fan fiction. Flight logs are evidence. Court documents are evidence. Victim testimony is evidence. Financial records are evidence. A podcast guest saying it's obvious is not evidence.
Candace is like one of the few words Candace knows and can pronounce correctly. Candace, how do you pronounce the word BERET? Hurry up, make it quick. 5 letters, 2 syllables. And she butchers that word almost 98% every time she says it. 98% of the time. Yeah. Milk Bar TV did a great job creating video of all the words she has butchered in the English language. And she wants people to believe that she has a degree in English that she refuses to show. The candy asses will not ask her, can you just post your 2 degrees? Dear Lord God in heaven, Lady Luck Club is driving us nuts about it. She's going to keep clowning you on it until kingdom come, until you show those 2 degrees. This girl has emailed University of Rhode Island. She is demanding evidence that you even attended the school. Photos, videos, testimony from classmates, dorm mates, roommates, teachers, staff, video camera footage. Don't care. House party that went right or wrong. Whatever. Anything to show proof that you actually attended the school, attended class, and I want to see your transcript because you had to be failing and flunking most of your classes. Candace, what's 3 times 4? You ran Blexit in the ground, you dumb heifer. So math is not your strongest suit. You've butchered 5-letter, 2-syllable words like beret. Bureau. So English is not your strong suit. You don't believe in dinosaurs, nor do you know the melting or freezing point of water. So science isn't your strong suit. You have no idea how laws work. The 3 branches of government. Definition of the word hate or defamation or libel, slander. malicious intent, murder. So history is not your strong suit either. So that's 4 good subjects where it is obvious you failed like hell. I wonder what type of student she was in high school. She had to be more like a B or C student. She claimed she was homeschooled for 6 months because some kids sent some racial text messages, to which we haven't even seen. When you gonna release those text messages, Candace? You want the Epstein files to be released. So do I. We all want it. Everybody in the chat hit the 4 already. We've already come to an agreement. We want everything released, unredacted, and all the bad guys to be locked up. Now, when are you going to release those text messages you claim were sent to you as a racial attack from some kids in high school? That led to you getting a settlement from the Board of Education for over $30,000. Where are the text messages? Why is there no record of any of this information? Wouldn't you think she would post that up along with her degrees? Like, she lies about everything to the point where no one even challenges her on simple evidence to provide. Simple. No one told her to lie that she earned 2 degrees, but she did in 2 separate videos. Because she got mad at Piers Morgan, says she's not an investigator. She's also not smart, and she's an alien. So, you know, that's that. Candace, get your ass off of our planet. We're about sick of you, girl.
Let's just all sit around like a bunch of little schoolgirls after school watching Buffy on the WB and gossip, because that's all this is.
Get off our planet.
Then Candace, she pulls the old "I have no proof," but...
And this is my opinion, so I have no proof of this. But when I look at the broader Epstein picture, one of the things that Epstein was always involved in was where women could be trafficked too. So Victoria's Secrets, the guy, Jean-Luc Brunel, was his partner in Paris for like the modeling firm who ended up killing himself in prison.
Candace does something very familiar, and she does this all the time. She says essentially, "I have no proof," but then continues building a blackmail theory anyway. I have no proof, but this is what you should believe. Now, have you noticed recently, since these lawsuits are starting to fire up against her, that she is starting to consciously say this is her opinion, or I have no proof, or I have no evidence of this? Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah, because Candace is watching and listening to me. For some reason. Candace, I'm not an attorney. I keep telling you, your dumbass need one, and you need to stop chasing the attorneys that you have. You have a whole different set of attorneys representing you for Brian Harper's lawsuit than you do with the Macrons. And one of them have already filed a notice to withdraw. You're chasing your own attorneys away. You understand that you need evidence for this stuff because you can't go to court saying all this dumb nonsense you've been saying in your YouTube videos. See, those videos are going to be used against you, Candace. Not the other way around. They're going to be used against you. And guess what? There will be plenty of witnesses that Brian Harper's attorney, his legal team, can request to come in and testify to admit all of that video evidence into the case. I really hope they depose her ass. I want Candace under oath. Lord knows I do. But Candace, we all know you're a coward and you have no evidence. So I heard settling this thing, it's not so implausible. It's probably the first thing she's going to think to do when they deny her motion to dismiss. And y'all make sure you look out for that with the Harper lawsuit as well. She's definitely going to file a motion to dismiss. She's going to try to invalidate it, say that it has no merit, and a blah, blah, blah. How does that get her closer to the discovery phase again? Because somehow she thinks she has control over that. She doesn't. But yet she files motions to dismiss. Yeah, okay. She doesn't care about evidence. And her cult believes whatever she says So that's that. They don't care about evidence either or definitions of terms. They'll just say, we keep saying we're hating on her or we hate her. Why so much hate? Why are you so stupid? Can't make this up. How many times do they come into the chat asking that same dumb question? Bots are copying and pasting. They're not even being creative. They're just taking what she says out of her transcripts. Project Constitution still a moron. All he does is put up those little red alerts and repeat everything she says. And he gets hundreds of thousands of views on repetitive bullshit. Unbelievable. X.com is actually giving that slob a check to repeat everything Candace says. And yet they get mad when Cinema Shogun doesn't. I appreciate his recaps of her episodes. I'm tired of watching her shows. God.
Tell me
evidence,
these
Candace.
aren't getting to her without telling me these are getting to her. Okay. Saying I have no proof does not give you a license to spend the next 5 minutes pissing in the well. Okay? That is like saying, I'm not accusing him of murder, and then laying out an entire murder theory for an hour. No. If you have proof, say you have. If you have no proof, say you have suspicion. Say you have a question. Say you want records released. But do not present suspicion as a nearly complete picture. That is deceitful. That is as bad as lying. That is not godly. Then we've got Candace saying Miriam outright purchased the White House. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Do I think Trump is his own man? Obviously not. Miriam Adelson did a deal with him, she outright purchased the White House.
I mean, he said it himself.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the thing that I guess I appreciate about Trump, if you want to put it that way. I mean, I don't know if it's due to lack of sophistication or if it's just that he can't help himself, but he just says it.
Now, there is legitimate discussion to have about major donor influence. Miriam is a major donor. Trump has praised her and her late husband. Pro-Israel donor influence is a valid political topic. But purchase the White House is not a fact. It's a conclusion. Say major donor influence. Say massive campaign money. Say policy alignment. Say access. Say concern. But if you say someone purchased the White House, then prove it. Show the transaction. Show the quid pro quo. Show the order. Show the policy bought and delivered. Otherwise, you're just using corruption language without the corruption evidence. And here at Facts Me and my Factivists, we all see it. Then she goes on to Kash Patel, man. Candace says Kash Patel clearly has a drinking problem.
Crazy. Crazy.
The FBI.
And people defended him on that. Like, oh, he's celebrating US won, like whatever. And okay, fine, whatever. But now in retrospect, when you realize that he clearly has a drinking problem.
I think that was very strange. It's just, you can celebrate, you can high five, but it was just like it just felt very frat boy about.
She can tell that. She can tell that. This is one of the nastier moments because it's not policy criticism. It's a personal health accusation. Unless you have a public diagnosis, a documented incident, a verified police report, workaround record, direct evidence, do not say someone clearly has a drinking problem. And that is coming from someone who was an alcoholic for 20 years. Okay. Sober 6 years this September. That is not investigation. You are attacking his character with nothing behind it. And here's the hypocrisy. The same people who scream defamation when criticized, like Candace, like this cease and desist I'm going to read you here in a minute, they will throw out personal health allegations like they're handing out candy, guys. That's defamation. You love to dish it out, but you can't take it. That is not how facts work. Then, Candace turns it back to the Trump assassination attempt and Thomas Crooks.
Of how poorly he's doing his job. I mean, one thing that really stood out to me was the guy who first attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. I'm forgetting his name right now. I don't know why, but
there were 3 assassination attempts in.
Yeah.
I think his name is Matthew
Crooks.
There we go.
Yes, perfect. Okay, Matthew Crooks. So Tucker did this really great special on the lack of investigation into that.
She claims the FBI lied about there being no online trail, points out there is no trial. Well, there's no trial. The man's dead. And says nobody in Secret Service was fired. That's true, but they were suspended. There are layers here. Crooks is dead, so yes, there's not going to be a criminal trial. But that does not mean the FBI had no investigative trail. The FBI said it accessed his phone. It reviewed his devices. Reporting also describes analysis of online accounts and digital activity. And while no one was fired, 6 Secret Service agents were suspended and reassigned after that Butler incident. So get it right. Do not use a narrow truth to create a wider falsehood. Yes, crooks cannot be put on trial because Crooks is dead, Candace. Yes, the public still deserves answers. Yes, Secret Service failures, that's serious. But no, you do not get to pretend there was no digital investigation when there was, and no, you do not get to imply no accountability whatsoever while leaving out suspensions and reforms. That is not exposing the record, that's editing the record to
Candace, how do you go around talking about Kash Patel being a supposed alcoholic? And yet Hunter Biden, the former crackhead, came to your show and said that he was a crackhead at least 4 times. Those words came out of his mouth. He said that all by himself, because he's a big boy. Big boy made that confession all on his own 4 different times in that dumb squabble of an interview. I wouldn't even call it an interview. I'm just going to call it a chicken head squabble and keep living. So that chicken head squabble between 2 crackheads that occurred had Hunter Biden stating that he was a crackhead at least 4 different times. Minimum. I lost count after 4. 2 was enough. 3 is just repetitive, and anything beyond that is stupid. Either you are recovering and delivered from this, or you're not. I would even keep speaking that over my life. If I'm supposed to be recovering from being an addict of anything, I'm not going to keep calling myself the very thing that I'm trying to recover from. Why continue to call yourself a crackhead if you're trying to recover from it and you want people to take your recovery serious? You want people to believe that you are truly recovering from it. You're not going to keep referring to yourself as that. You can say that I had formerly done these hard drugs like crack and cocaine and whatever, but I've recovered from that for 8 years. So I'm going to say that I'm recovered and still recovering, but not keep saying I'm a crackhead. But yet they want to sit here and talk about, Kash Patel may have had an alcohol problem. Hell, you didn't even have to ask if Hunter Biden had a crackhead problem. He actually said he did. If Kash Patel doesn't want to speak on what he used to do, then leave him alone. You don't have to like him. But when it comes to something like that, leave him alone. You're not paying for his rehab or treatment. If he is a recovering alcoholic, he's not the only one on earth. Just like Fax Me just said here. Fax Me is like, listen, I was a recovering alcoholic. I recovered from it. So Kash Patel wouldn't be the only person on earth. Neither would Hunter Biden be the only person that recovered crack. But he had no quarrel saying he actually was a crackhead or still is, because he barely used that in past tense. Kept saying he's a crackhead. And you didn't seem to stop him from saying that repetitively on your show. Repeatedly kept saying that. Now, one time did she say, Hunter, stop saying that. Because if you're recovered, then say you're recovering. That's it. Don't keep calling yourself that. You want people to take this serious. Now, that logic goes over Candace's big thunk head that's filled with hot air and no brain. Candace, when did you sell your soul and brain to Lucifer as a 2-for-1 chicken special?
future agenda, Candace. Then she says that Kash Patel's job is to protect elites and that Trump and Patel answer to Vegas in Tel Aviv.
Interesting.
Vegas?
I think that is his job. And that is why he is in there. They put him.
Vegas is not in Tel Aviv. I don't even know if it's called that. God. Is it called? It can't be called Vegas. No way they named a casino in Tel Aviv, Vegas. That's already taken. The United States of America has claimed that already. Why is she calling it Vegas? Just say it's a casino in Tel Aviv. That's how stupid she is. She can't even use words right.
in there and they tell him what to do, and it is to look the other way and to come up with excuses.
God.
I think he is executing his job perfectly.
Well, he hasn't been fired yet,
Yeah,
so
his job is being executed perfectly. His job is to protect the elites, and shame on us for thinking that his job is to make sure justice is served.
This is not a fact claim backed by.
But yeah, she couldn't file an actual formal complaint to the FBI when she alleged that there was an assassination attempt on her life because she's a spoiled brat that wants all the attention, whether it be positive or negative. This dumb alien crash landed on our planet and somehow demands that we all become one of her cult members and wants us to worship the ground she walks on. Hell no. And you sit here and say, the stupidity of her. If you all really listen to what she's saying, the words she uses, her speech pattern, terminology, and phrasing, it's like that of a, 5-year-old kid still trying to figure out the difference between the letter N and the number 9.
Evidence in this episode. That is a slogan. And slogans do not subpoena well, Candace. If the claim is that the FBI director is taking orders from donors or a foreign government, bring the proof, bring the message, bring the money trail, bring the instruction, bring the witness, bring the document. You are
Candace, where's my $7,000? I'm going to invoice your dumb ass at some point. When you lose that lawsuit to the Macrons, I might send you an invoice. You've given us all a headache. And your dumb bots getting people's hopes up for no reason at all. I think it's very cruel to say that I'm getting $7,000 and I don't see the money. Show me the money. Candace, give me the money. Your candy ass cult members want me to have this $7,000 so bad, and yet they won't leave me a super chat, but they'll give her multi-million-dollar ass all of their mortgage money. Can you believe it? Oh, God.
missing everything with every one of your claims that makes somebody an investigative journalist. You don't investigate shit.
She don't read.
You just make it up. Without all that, it's not law enforcement grade evidence. Candace Owens, you are a bumper sticker at best.
And Tyler Robinson, then they present that to Tyler Robinson's team, and they then build their sort of defense leading to this May date. Well, it turns out that Tyler Robinson's team files a document and says, we need to move this date because we have been asking for Kash Patel, who should not even be involved in this case, mind you, it's a state case, to release the information to us.
What you say? It's a state case. Any other time is Fed slop. Like the FBI is spearheading that. Look how contradictory she's going to be in the same statement. From one statement to another, she admits that this is a state case and the state has the lead on this. The prosecutor in the state of Utah, in that district where the crime occurred, has absolute jurisdiction over the matter and over the defendant because he committed that crime in their district. And yet you keep talking about Fed slot from sloppy Joe Kent. So Joe Kent sent out whatever he sent to you. And now he's not only fired, but he's under investigation by the FBI as well. While you speak about Kash Patel, someone I don't even have to meet to say this. This is the beauty of being apolitical. I get to go in on both sides of the aisle. Kash Patel, who does not pay my bills, does not have to give you anything if he has something at all. Don't you think sloppy Joe Kent may have given you information he should not have released out and is going to testify against your ass if need be? Candace, don't you think sloppy Joe Kent would gladly testify against you because he is under FBI investigation and the last thing he wants to face is an indictment from a grand jury on federal criminal charges concerning anything related to giving your dumbass information and vetting Mitch Snow according to Mitch Snow? Because we're talking about the same sloppy Joe Kent that worked for the feds that Mitch Snow said you trusted and vetted his dumb ass. And now he's a co-defendant in a lawsuit where Mitch Snow is dodging service. Make it make sense? Y'all keeping up with me so far? Hit the 4 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. This whole time, Candace has been giving her cult member Sloppy Joe Kent fed slop. And actually, and I believe Miss Snow on that. He was vetted by Sloppy Joe Kent. You know, Candace trusts him and all. Oh, okay, cool. I don't care if I don't believe nothing else he says. I do believe that. The irony of Sloppy Joe Kent being under FBI investigation for releasing information his dumbass had no right to release is so ironic, Candace. But see, here's where the truth will be revealed. When he flips on you. When Sloppy Joe Kent throws you under the bus to spare his liberty and freedom, Candace, he's going to throw you under the bus. Just like Mitch Snow. They're going to throw you under the bus. That bus is going to roll over on you, go in reverse, go backwards and back forward again. And Sloppy Joe Kent and Mitch Snow will make sure that bus runs you over. Mitch Snow can't afford a federal lawsuit. Can't even afford an attorney. He's dodging service. He doesn't even want to accept service. And he's been violent when the process server tried to serve him. Talked all that big shit and threw up his chest. Put all that hot air in his chest. You pumped his head up to believe that he was God sent. You want to say that again for the court? Say it for the record. Candace said that Mitch Snow was God sent. Y'all remember that? Hit the 4. Hit the 4. You remember Candace saying, Mitch Snow, this guy is so God sent. After you all hear this person, the United States Armed Forces, the Army, will definitely have to admit that they aided in all of this. And the U.S. Army should be suing Candace Owens. Right along with the CIA, Candace, you're actually being spared from being hammered in court. You have whole government agencies that could sue you just for using their logo and the likeness and image of such without their permission to make money. The CIA could sue you. You know you don't have their permission to use their logo. So all that money you earned from using that logo, they can sue it right out of you, and it will be as if you earned nothing. You also have the U.S. Army that could sue her ass. So she's being spared from lawsuits. Right now, so far she's only got 2. But Mitch Snow, he knows he can't afford this. You won't even give him an attorney. She got hers. Mitch Snow, where your attorneys at? You ready to stop defending this dumb alien? Now you're in a lawsuit. You can't even afford. I hope they garnish your money. Every check you get, especially anything from our government, I hope they garnish it for that settlement. And then you double down and keep defending this idiot while she tries to distance herself from you. And Sloppy Joe Kid is under FBI investigation. If you claim, Mitch Snow, because you're an idiot, that Sloppy Joe Kent, who's under FBI investigation, vetted you before you went and lied on Candace's show, don't you think they're going to ask him about that? Don't you think the FBI are going to ask Sloppy Joe Kent about any and all conversations that he had with you, Mitch Snow? Don't you think he's going to tell what you two spoke about? Why would he need to take that to his grave? Don't you think he will probably get a plea deal if he were ever indicted and charged? That means he would have to give up information. And Mitch Snow and Candace Owens would have it coming. See, Candace, I told you I see through you. I think bigger than just these lawsuits. No, you can literally end up being intertwined with a whole federal investigation simply because you wanted information you were not entitled to know. You were not deserving of knowing. You're not a judge or jury or an attorney. You're not even a journalist. You're not even smart. No one owes you any evidence related to an actual murder investigation and an upcoming trial on that. You weren't privy to it. You still aren't. You will find out with everyone else. You're not special. You think the entire government is supposed to bend for you. Why? But yet, you want to sit here and say, Sloppy Joe Kent didn't tell me anything. But you want the FBI to answer to you. So why would you think any judge or FBI investigator would believe you over Sloppy Joe Kent? If he were to say, yes, I gave Candace Owens information she should not have been given. What makes you think the feds would believe you, Candace, when you lie like hell is hot every other time? He vetted Mitch Snow. For what? Yet she doesn't care about that murder investigation. She doesn't believe Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. But somehow she's demanding evidence related to that murder trial. Oh, they should give it up. I want to see the video. No, you dumb heifer. If you say Sloppy Joe Kent didn't tell me anything, he's not my source in the FBI, even though you said on the interview with the girl from CNN with Elle. Is it Ellen? Elle? I do have sources in the FBI. Oh, okay, cool. They're just going to play that portion of the video and then ask you about it, Candace. You said that yourself. The idea that it's Sloppy Joe Kent, it's not implausible. And yet this idiot wanted a whole investigation done separately on Charlie Kirk's assassination that probably would release evidence related to that murder investigation, despite federal laws protecting that evidence. This is the BS that Sloppy Joe Kent was trying to do. And for that reason, all the candy asses and the dumbass bots that worship the ground Candace walks on thinks that she should believe Sloppy Joe Kent and no one else in the feds. You know, because feds slopping off. Does that Sloppy Joe Kent come with a side of coleslaw and fries? How does that work?
Give us these documents to his defense.
Candace then says, of course, that Cash should not be involved in the Charlie Kirk case because it's a state case. And that is simply misleading. Big surprise there. The FBI can assist state and local investigations. They do it all the time. The FBI works with local agencies through task forces. Federal agencies provide resources, forensic support, digital analysis, and investigative help, even when prosecution remains at a state level. Does she study it all? Reporting on the Kirk case specifically notes FBI and ATF involvement while the case proceeds in Utah State Court. State prosecution does not mean federal investigators are banned from involvement. That's so basic, Candace. A state murder case can have FBI support. A local police department can work with federal agencies. ATF can assist with firearms. That's what they're there for. FBI can assist with digital evidence, threat assessment, interview.
See, here's the thing. She's making it seem like they shouldn't even have any dealings with it. But, you know, they do. And they should give it all to me. No. That judge does not care about you, Candace. That judge certainly does not care that you're throwing a tantrum because the entire FBI will not give you evidence on Charlie Kirk's assassination when no one else can get it outside of those who need to see it. Thank God you don't live in Utah and you will never be picked for that jury, because her dumb ass would cause that to be a hung trial. Good grief, I hope they pick a jury where they don't know who Candace Owens is. Quite possible that she only has 6 million bots. How many people, what's the total population of the U.S.? Imagine every other person in the U.S. not caring one way or the other that Candace Owens is walking the earth. Candace, we're still the majority. If it's 300 million people in the U.S., you only have 6 million subs on YouTube, mostly bots. The rest of the over 300 million, we care less what you think and how you feel. Laws are laws. You're not privy to this stuff. She knows that the FBI is not spearheading this investigation. And yet she expects them to give her evidence. The audacity.
To make sure justice is served.
This is not a fact claim backed by evidence in this episode. That is a slogan. And slogans do not subpoena.
Let me go back a little bit.
Crooks.
There we go.
Yes, perfect. Okay, Matthew Crooks. So Tucker did this really great special on the
Accessed his phone. It reviewed his devices. Reporting also describes analysis of online accounts and digital activity. And while no one was fired, 6 Secret Service agents were suspended and reassigned after that Butler incident. So get it right. Do not use a narrow truth to create a wider falsehood. Yes, Crooks cannot be put on trial because Crooks is dead, Candace. Yes, the public still deserves answers. Yes, Secret Service failures, that's serious. But no, you do not get to pretend there was no digital investigation when there was. And no, you do not get to imply no accountability whatsoever while leaving out suspensions and reforms. That is not exposing the record. That's editing the record to suit your agenda, Candace.
She created a whole.
Then she says that Kash Patel's job is to protect elites, and that Trump and Patel answer to Vegas and Tel Aviv.
interesting.
I think that is his job.
Mhm.
And that is why he is in there. They put him in there and they tell him what to do. And it is to look the other way and to come up with excuses. I think he is executing his job perfectly.
Well, he hasn't been fired yet,
Yeah,
so
his job is being executed perfectly. His job is to protect the elites. And shame on us for thinking that his job.
Oh, I'm so glad she said shame on us. Because Candace is an elite. Did y'all know that? She is the epitome of an elitist. This girl will drop $2,000 on a shirt that looks like something that came straight out of Jurassic Park. You can't make this stuff up. Look what she's wearing right now. You know, she probably spent about a good $1,500 for this shirt. I've never seen her wear the same thing twice. Now, those muumuus kind of all look the same, but there's some color variations and design variations that make them all different. This time, she went for one of George's button-down shirts, wearing his church clothes. But yet, it's still Candace. The shirt still looks expensive. The amount of money she drops for one item could be literal rent for someone else that just works a regular 9 to 5. $1,500, $2,000 is rent. It's certainly rent for me. $2,000 is rent and maybe my gas bill and water bill. The average person can't drop $2,000 on a shirt like that, especially when you have kids and other major bills and expenses, a whole household to run, 2 teenage boys that have bottomless pits for stomachs. Like you can't afford to drop $2,000 on a shirt. But that's what she does. She's an elitist, and yet she tries to separate herself from it. Why? Candace, you said you had 2 degrees. All of a sudden, you can go back to school allegedly for 1 year and get 2 4-year degrees out of a school that doesn't even offer that type of program. Where did you get the money to finish up school? It's like, tell me how I'm claiming to be just broken in poverty while lying about being broken in poverty. If you went back to school and finished up your last year of college and came out with 2 degrees, you think you would be proud of that. How much did you spend? What was the tuition, Candace? If we look up information on possible Pell Grants, scholarships you may or may not receive, are we going to find anything in that category? You went to school for 3 years, allegedly dropped out because you couldn't afford it. Did you get scholarships? Did you even apply? Because Candace is lazy. She'll have someone else write a whole dumb script for a show and pre-record it. Because she's lazy. She don't even care about any of that stuff. Can't make this up. She's an elite. She has multi-million-dollar homes. She spends money on homes that most people probably will never earn in a lifetime. That is an elitist. So no, you trying to come off like a commoner is stupid, especially when you won't show proof of your 2 degrees. Wouldn't you want people to think, you know what, I had to pull myself up out of bootstraps. I actually went to school and got an education. Felt like if anything happened and I was not successful at actual reading, then, I figured I would have a fallback plan. She can't even prove that she actually graduated from college with 2 degrees. Refused to show that evidence, but doesn't want people to think that she's an elitist. Go figure. How much is George worth again? George, how you get that black eye?
Is to make sure justice is served.
This is not a fact claim backed by evidence in this episode. That is a slogan. And slogans do not subpoena well, Candace. If the claim is that the FBI director is taking orders from donors or a foreign government, bring the proof, bring the message, bring the money trail, bring the instruction, bring the witness, bring the document. You are missing everything with every one of your claims that makes somebody an investigative journalist. You don't investigate shit. You just make it up. Without all that, it's not law enforcement grade evidence. Candace Owens, you are a bumper sticker at best.
And Tyler Robinson, and they present that to Tyler Robinson's team, and they then build their sort of defense leading to this May date. Well, it turns out that Tyler Robinson's team files a document and says, we need to move this date because we have been asking for Kash Patel, who should not even be involved in this case, mind you. It's a state case.
No. They didn't ask Kash Patel to do anything. Who told you that? The defense team for Tyler Robinson can't ask Kash Patel to give them discovery. He's not a party to the case, you dumbass. The prosecutors would have that evidence. Discovery works both ways. And yes, if there is discovery that you need that is relevant and material to the case, no one is expected to read the minds of the defense team for Tyler Robinson. They actually have to request it and state why they want it. If it's not the standard evidence that would be exchanged in discovery in a criminal matter like this, and they can prove that this is pertinent to our defense in representing our client properly, they have to actually request the specific exhibits or documentation, whatever evidence they need. They actually have to request it and say why they need it. If it's laborious, they have to be creative a little bit. Have you all heard or read the article or seen the video about how much data the prosecutor has in this case? The amount of data, just videos, posts, emails, photos, electronic data alone would probably take the defense team about a good 2-3 weeks to kind of go through it, understand it, and then see what they need to help their defense. It is the prosecutor's job to meet the burden, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense oftentimes is just disputing the evidence that the prosecutor is using against the defendant. They can come from an angle of, well, he pulled the trigger, but the intent and motive were different. Whatever they're trying to come up with as a defense, their job isn't to just come up with something out of thin air. The evidence has to be material to the case. Otherwise, it would be objected to as irrelevant. This is the dummy that doesn't understand how this stuff works in the court of law. That really thinks that she has subpoena power and thinks that the discovery phase in her civil matters somehow means that she can just ask for whatever she wants and then go and talk about it on her YouTube channel. The hell you will. Candace, I hope to God those judges issue a gag order against you. You're an idiot.
To release the information to us, to give us these documents to his defense,
Candace then says, of course, that Cash should not be involved in the Charlie Kirk case because it's a state case. And that is simply misleading. Big surprise there. The FBI can assist state and local investigations. They do it all the time. The FBI works with...
He's actually saying that the defense team asked Kash Patel from the FBI to give them evidence, and they can't do anything without Kash Patel releasing it. They wouldn't get it from him. They would get it from the prosecutor. Don't you think, Candace, you're so stupid. Don't you think that if the FBI had evidence that the defense team can say has not been included as exhibits, they have not received it from the prosecutor, don't you think both parties would want that evidence from the feds? That wouldn't be something that the defense team would just want alone. It would be the prosecutor as well. If there is a video that the FBI has that they have failed to share with the defense, that means they failed to share it with the prosecutors. Don't you think the prosecutors would want that same video? Neither party wants the feds that's supposed to be helping, not spearheading, but maybe helping and assisting, to just withhold evidence. It would be disingenuous to both parties. So if it's something that is material to the case, both parties would want that. Kash Patel is not a party to the case. They would have to prove he's holding on information and evidence that the defense team is asking for, that somehow the prosecutor is not, and it would be deemed material. This is coming from the airhead that thinks that she can just literally request whatever she wants for discovery and will get it, while withholding all of her information that should be exchanged as discovery in the same case. She doesn't think she has to give up her financials. Let's start with that. Now there are trusts out here that can be pierced in both cases, in both the McCrone lawsuit and Brian Harper's lawsuit. And she has court on June 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for her motion to dismiss in the McCrone lawsuit. So her hearing is coming up on June 22nd. And she's been stalling on that for months. So how do you think this goes with someone who thinks she has complete subpoena power? I can just ask for whatever I want. I want to get to the discovery phase. I want nothing more than get there. Meanwhile, I'm going to file a motion to dismiss. You can't make this stuff up.
Local agencies through task forces. Federal agencies provide resources, forensic support, digital analysis, and investigative help, even when prosecution remains at a state level. Does she study at all? Reporting on the Kirk case specifically notes FBI and ATF involvement while the case proceeds in Utah State Court. State prosecution does not mean federal investigators are banned from involvement. That's so basic, Candace. A state murder case can have FBI support. A local police department can work with federal agencies. ATF can assist with firearms. That's what they're there for. FBI can assist with digital evidence, threat assessment, interviews, or forensic support. They have resources your average police station does not. So when someone says he should not even be involved because it's a state case, they are either confused, retarded, or they are counting on you being confused, which I'm going with that one.
Yeah, and I think that what you're describing is the process that we all went through, because you don't want to even go down that route. You're like, maybe it's this. Maybe in my head, I was like, maybe she's being blackmailed. Maybe she's scared they're going to kill her. Maybe like you said, she just wants a quick conclusion to all of this. Maybe she's still in shell shock and is actually not controlling anything at Turning Point, was my initial suspicion. And just on paper, she's CEO, but she's actually just home crying every day. And like behind the scenes, like, Skylar or Justin.
That's what I thought.
The audacity to sit here and to keep mocking her for being at home crying every day. I mean, so what if she is? That doesn't stop her from being CEO. You're still not CEO, Candace. And for that, we bless God for. Candace Owens is still not CEO of TPUSA. But she has asked to be on their payroll twice and then stated they should give her a monthly retainer for public relations once. So that's 3 times that Candace has indicated she wants them to pay her money while telling donors to demand refunds. Candace, let's just, for craps and giggles, entertain that for 16 seconds. Let's say they decide they want to come. If you had not been so evil and attacking this widow who probably is crying every day because she misses her husband and the father of her kids and someone that she loved, was married to, honored, respected, was the head of her household, you can't make this up. So granted, if she is crying every day, she has a right to do that. You stalking her does not stop her from grieving. But if she were doing that and you weren't so damn evil, you dumb demon, and the thought of putting you on the payroll to do PR for TPUSA was an actual option on another reality on a different planet, why would you want donors to demand refunds? Wouldn't you want them to keep donating so that TPUSA can put you on payroll? You see how stupid this is, Candace? For you to be this hypocritical to the point where you're an idiot. Wouldn't that be combative to what you really want? You want them to give you money. Why would you say anything to hinder them from making the money that you want them to give you? Make it make sense. No, people should demand refunds from TPUSA because I'm jealous and envious of Erica Kirk. Trump says she's prettier than me. Now I'm a scorned woman. And then you turn around, they should put me on their payroll for their PR. It's horrible. No one is believing this. Funny how millions of people are believing it. We don't give a damn about you and your bots and your cult members. We outnumber you people. Can't make this up. Everybody on earth is not a fan of Candace. I do believe it would be probably a good 70% of the population on earth. All the people that are subscribed to her social media is pretty much all the support she has. And a lot of them, are repetitive. You have same people that are over there on X kissing her ass. They do the same thing over here on YouTube. So of all the millions of bots and cult members she has, we still outnumber them. For the people who either are indifferent to her or the ones that are keeping our foot on her neck, we outnumber you and your dumb coat. And she doesn't care about any of this stuff. Now let me sit here and hinder them from making money while asking them to put me on payroll and give me money. Girl.
Do that whole thing. And for me, I never wanted to arrive at Erica being suspicious. I abstained from the oh, she's wearing hot pants or jeans. None of that matters to me.
Yeah,
because I don't think people.
It all matters. You did a video of her in a hotel before the correspondence dinner wearing a dress, talking about, oh, it's so weird, for her to be doing this. Looking so elegant. Candace, you showed a video of this woman standing in the window, near some curtains, looking like a beautiful princess. Just absolutely adorable. And you sat there and mocked it. Look, y'all, she don't look sad at all. Look at her at the correspondence dinner in this beautiful dress. Man, I wish I was that pretty. This is the type of nonsense we're talking about here. She played a video clip of Erica Kirk before the correspondence dinner, standing in front of a window. I mean, it was like, what, 10, 12-second clip? Why is she there? I can't believe it. My sources and direct contacts told me she was still at home. You can't make this up. All of a sudden, I don't really care about all of that. And somehow this other chick, Anna, she couldn't call that bluff. No, you've actually did a couple videos where you talked about her, wearing this dress at the correspondence dinner. And, you've done a couple videos that are like, okay, why are you, who cares about this? Candace does care. Why downplay it now, Candace? Why are you downplaying it?
Understand, I needed it as a part of my grieving process not to accept that plausibility, because then for me, beyond just having lost Charlie and having to wake up to, and I then had to wake up to the idea that Trump betrayed.
You did not lose Charlie Kirk. His wife lost him. You weren't even talking to him a year leading up to his death. But it's so funny how George Farmer just lets her just kind of obsess over Charlie Kirk, and he doesn't say a word. Candace, how George get that black eye?
Him in a way, and Kash Patel, everyone is betraying him and not seeking more investigation. What I had to go through to pursue that,
You're seeking what more investigation? So the prosecutor in the state of Utah and that whole defense legal team for the state and the feds and any other agency that's helping somehow still is not good enough for Candace. Because she impersonates CIA investigators and all.
Had to grieve again, right? Because I knew how much Charlie wanted love. Like, I have these messages. Like, I was helping Charlie draft text messages, and what should I say? So I had to.
Why? You keep saying this, Candace. He's not here to even debunk that nonsense. He didn't have an issue communicating with women. He pulled in a former Miss Arizona. Is it Miss Arizona? Erica Kirk was a pageant winner. And yet she is a beautiful girl. Very pretty. You really think he needed your help to build a relationship that turned into a marriage between him and Erica Kirk? I mean, let's go beyond that. Between him and any other woman. You really think he needed your help to send text messages from his phone to some woman he's dating? You didn't find that weird at all. Candace, that's disturbing that you did that. You went through that man's phone. I have the messages. Why? You have messages. Didn't I tell y'all she recorded that? Candace, you just told on yourself. Because, words matter here in the Lady Luck Club. Y'all listen close.
The part of my grieving process not to accept that plausibility, because then for me, beyond just having lost Charlie and having to wake up to, and I then had to wake up to the idea that Trump betrayed him in a way, and Kash Patel, everyone is betraying him and not seeking more investigation. What I had to go through to pursue that, I had to grieve again, right? Because I knew how much Charlie wanted love. Like, I have these messages. Like, I
have these messages. What messages? She didn't use past tense. I had these messages. She used past tense. Yeah, had his past tense. I could have sworn I heard have. I hope the caption is picking that one up right, because that matters to me.
I had to wake up to the idea that Trump betrayed him in a way, and Kash Patel, everyone is betraying him and not seeking more investigation. What I had to go through to pursue that, I had to grieve again, right? Because I knew how much Charlie wanted love. Like, I have these messages. Like, I was helping.
It sounds like she said, I have these messages. Here's why that matters. If she's saying that in present tense, that means she still has them. So what the hell does she want Erica Kirk to give her out of Charlie's phone? Where she has messages from his phone. See, the messages that went out to this so-called ex-girlfriend went from Charlie's phone, not hers. Because if that woman is talking to Charlie Kirk and he's supposed to be dating her, then why would she text you to communicate with him? She wouldn't tolerate that, Candace. Because every woman is not going to fall for your bullshit. How dare I date a man? And I'm seeing this person as a real man now. A leader, somebody that I'm considering marrying to be the head of my household and all the stuff, to be his wife. And somehow he can't even text message me. And to find out that the text messages that I'm getting from him that came from his phone may have been drafted by Candace Owens, another grown woman who claimed to have been in a relationship with another man, because reasons. What was Samantha at? Was she just not in the photo or what? I mean, whoever the name of the lady that was kissing her on the face, because clearly that's not Samantha. What's the name of the lady that was kissing all over you, Candace? What's her name? You can't make this up. But to find out she's the one sending these text messages, that would mess with any woman. You'll be like, wait a minute. Now you're a grown man. You got this heifer sending me text messages, perpetuating our relationship. Because all of a sudden you too shy to do it. Now, either Charlie Kirk had courage and he didn't. Which one is it? He didn't have a problem communicating with his girlfriend or wife. You just wanted him to yourself, Candace. You didn't want him communicating with other women. Her even saying that is disturbing. Yeah, I was sending text messages to these other women. And I knew how much he wanted love and blah blah blah. And only I know the most about him, and I'm the only one that loved him. Never mind his kids. Wife got a death threat? Oh no. Oh, the guy's in jail? Don't care. I knew how much he wanted love. What you mean? Candace, it's mighty funny how he didn't want that love from you. Can we bless God for the fact that Charlie Kirk did not want that love from Candace Owens? Yeah, she knew how much he wanted to be loved and married and have a family, but not with her dumb ass. Candace, no one has time to deal with an alien. We're not in the mood to learn your Ewok language. Let alone someone like Charlie Kirk putting up with you for the rest of his life. He said, no, thank you.
Charlie draft text messages and what should I say? So I had to grieve again and go, okay, I need to really just follow the facts here. And that's all I've done. And it's landed me at she's remarkably suspicious, not because of the way she dresses, not because of whether or not she's crying enough. All of that kind of paints a picture that makes people uncomfortable. But
no, why would it make it uncomfortable for her to know that she's crying over the loss of her husband? Why would that be uncomfortable? But yeah, if, God forbid this happened to George Farmer, Candace would be lashing out all over the place. How dare you all, mock me grieving? She'll be playing the whole victim if the tables were turned. Oh, and then she'll weaponize, her being black and all. Because some reason you got to have a certain skin color to be able to grieve without Candace Owens saying something about it. Of all the widows on earth, she chooses to go after Erica Kirk. Never mind all the other women out here that could be grieving the loss of their husbands. Somehow, no, you can't cry at home every day. I find that to be uncomfortable. Why should Erica Kirk give a damn? Once again, Candace, Why do you think Erica Kirk cares about what you think or how you feel? No. What she'll be able to do is take your ass to court for lying on her, for defaming her, and being malicious. You chose to be a public figure. She would not have a problem proving malice intent. Otherwise, you're irrelevant to her. She can go months without even saying your name. What you mean? And you have people stalking her. And you know you're stalking her. And Anna didn't even challenge that. Go figure. Clown ass show.
Just objective lies. Lies that I can't comprehend. Why would you lie and tell the public? And I think for me, the most explosive one that no one wants to address by calling me a monster. Why would you lie and say that the surgeon told you or told Andrew that he had a Superman neck and all of this stuff that objectively?
Because it's not objectively. That was a metaphor. And that is left to interpretation. You cannot define that to be objective when it is based upon the reasonable viewer and listener that knows that was metaphorical. It was a metaphor. Yeah, he has a Superman neck. Candace, Superman isn't even real. So for you to say that's objectively false, first of all, everything in that statement would have to be factually true. I'm sorry, did you all somehow, meet Superman and I didn't? Is Superman a real thing? I could have sworn that was, a comic book character in the DC universe. Superman is not even a real concept here on Earth. So comparing someone's neck to Superman, it is an absolute metaphor because Superman, it is not a literal person. You cannot factually prove that Superman exists to even say that statement of a comparison of someone's neck to an actual Superman is factual information. Because you can't prove Superman exists. You see how I broke that down? That's exactly what would happen in court. And it's something that the jury nor judge or either party would put much time, attention, and energy into because it is absolutely irrelevant. Even the judge would say, listen, we can, it's to me, that's a metaphor. Clearly, Superman is not a real person. So someone saying that that Charlie Kirk had the neck of Superman, we all know that is a metaphor. You can't objectively prove that. You would have to prove that Superman exists here on Earth. So maybe I've missed Superman. Yeah, can y'all send me a photo of Superman? Somebody send me a photo of Superman. Send me a photo of Superman. Charlie Kirk is Superman. Can we get that? Can we get a photo of Charlie Kirk as Superman? Because apparently Candace believes somehow from her alternate reality, because she's an alien, that Superman exists here on Earth in this reality for the rest of us. That's so fantastical for you to say that, Candace. Isn't that the term she used with Victor Marx? You made these fantastical statements. And I just want to kind of go through them. Candace, that's a fantastical statement. It is objectively false that he had the neck of Superman. You can't objectively prove Superman is real. Oh my God, the logic in this. Y'all, sometimes I say these things over and over because it's so unbelievable when I hear this out loud. The first time, in my mind, I'm saying to myself, this dumb heifer actually wants to say that is objectively false but would never be able to prove every element of that statement to be factually true. It's so unbelievable. Somehow metaphors go over her head because she's an alien. She's an alien. Candace, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to get a nice, beautiful photo of Charlie Kirk as Superman. And then I'm going to show it and piss you and the coat and your dumbass bots off. Rightfully so. And I'm going to sleep peacefully tonight. It will not bother me at all to put up an absolute badass photo of Charlie Kirk as Superman. Strong necks. Make this, Kate, man, oh, she's so stupid.
Did not come from the surgeon. It came from Erica.
Then she goes on to Erica Kirk because what kind of episode of Candace Owens would it be if she wasn't obsessed over the woman she wanted to be?
So what?
She says Erica Kirk's behavior is suspicious and talks about alleged objective lies connected to the surgeon and the infamous Superman neck story of Charlie. Suspicion's not evidence. The candy cult cannot grasp that. A private source is not a public record. An alleged contradiction is not automatically a lie. If the claim is that Erica lied about what a surgeon said, then the correction requires the surgeon's actual statement. A hospital record, a named witness, a recording, a document. Without that, it's just all allegation, Candace. It's just all a lie. And you cannot build a murder narrative on allegation and then call yourself an investigator. You are like the worst investigator ever. You don't even try. You are not investigating anything.
You are watching Facts Me TV. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe for more content.
Now let's get a commercial break in while we get that photo. Shout out to Juju. Y'all, you can't make this up. Check your email. Oh, man. Oh, man. We got a commercial break. Woo, shout out to you, no reply. I got your email on that. We're going to definitely go over that tomorrow. And we got the analysis. Hold on. Let me see the photo right quick. Y'all, this is crazy. It's we've been at this. This is what a good breakdown looks like here. We went on 2 hours and 45 minutes. I appreciate you all for tuning in. I really do. We got to do a commercial break. Let me get to the supers right quick while I wait for Juju's email to come through. Shout out to Shady Lady Katie for the $9.99 super. His C&D has been debunked. Please look in the X chat. EX chat. Love your work. Okay. Is that on X? Because I said yesterday, I think he was due. I think that was like a phishing scam email. And he was due. I said that last night. I honestly do not believe that letter is real. Not at all. Now, whether he made it up or not, I don't know. I can't say that. I can't speak to that. But I'm like 88% sure that letter is false. It's a part of a phishing scam to try to scare him and probably have him click on something to put a virus on his computer or device or whatever. That letter was so horrible. A judge would be insulted to read that and then knowing that it may have came from a bar licensed attorney. That judge will be insulted all day. In fact, me will be able to counterclaim and sue that person out of the water. So, yeah, I agree that letter is fake, but I'm not going to say whether or not he did that, forced it or whatever. I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to go that far, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's certainly, in my mind, and based on what we looked at, what phishing scams look like, sample letters. We went on the website. Everything just looks so fake and fraudulent. And I wouldn't put it past these dumb scammers to do stuff like that, to go out their way to create fake websites and do all this stuff, put up a stock photo of somebody, because the first thing people are going to do is pull up the attorney's website. And then the way the website was constructed, I mean, oh my God, it's painful. Just the broken English alone is something else. And of course, the broken English in that C&D. It's too many signs pointing towards that letter being a fake, a forgery. It's crazy. But I appreciate that 99 super. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support as well. Monchon with the $5 super said, hey, Alexandra 476. We hear the LLC value quality over quantity, period. There you go. Oh, because Alexandra, look how Deluxe just hang out with me for almost 3 hours. And y'all know I have no problem doing a 3-hour live stream. But I do appreciate you all hanging in there with me. And thank you so much for the $5 super march on. Juju, shout out to my mods. You all sent the membership, an LLC membership. So if you received that membership, please make sure you thank Juju for that. I hope I'm not missing a super. Let's see. Shout out to Mandy with the $5 super. So I've seen this before. Russia was the boogeyman, then it was England for colonization, and now it's Israel's the boogeyman. Exactly. Oh man, this stuff just repeats itself, and Candace is just making money off of the lies of it all. Shout out to you for that 5. Thank you so much, honey. Shout out to Mindy for the 5 LLC memberships that were gifted. So if you received the membership, make sure you show some love, and shout out to Mindy and Juju for those memberships. I hope you guys enjoy them. Thank you so much for the support. Shout out to my mods. Jacqueline with the $1.99 super. Thank you so much, honey. I admire EK as a woman. I never want a girlfriend like CEO. Exactly. Yeah. Erica Kirk, thankfully, and I'm sure it's, once Charlie Kirk fired Candace from TPUSA, she barely talks about that termination, by the way. She harpers on the one from Daily Wire, but barely really speaks on the termination from TPUSA. Plus, let's not forget TPUSA acquired Blexit. I believe they renamed to something else, but they still bought Blexit. They bailed her out, so they did her a favor. She didn't even get an investigation to figure out why it was in the red. But they still took it off her hands. And she can't even show appreciation on that, and then demands to be on their payroll. The audacity. So yeah, Charlie Kirk dodged the bullet. That one. He dodged a lot of dangers and scorned woman mentality from her. Look how she acts now. She's just on a rampage because she's jealous and envious of Erica Kirk. Candace, you will never be CEO of TPUSA. Period. You will never be that. So thank you so much for the $1.99 super. I appreciate it. Jacqueline with the $1.99 super again. Thank you so much, darling. CEO jealous because Cash's girlfriend said she's close with Erica Kirk. Yep. Candace Sark is anyone that's close to Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk. I'm surprised she hasn't, and I don't want her to do this, but I am just shocked that she has not gone after his parents or his relatives at all. She went after, his mother-in-law. Candace, you do realize Erica Kirk's mother was Charlie Kirk's mother-in-law. You really think he would be cool with you going after his mother-in-law? Especially when she has health ailments as well? You really think he would actually be cool? If he was still alive, you really think that he would sit here and let you disrespect his mother-in-law? That's the one thing I sure wish he would have done. I know it's in hindsight, but I wish he would have put Candace in check a long time ago. There's no way. For those who even followed and loved Charlie Kirk and all of that, no way. Especially if you proclaim to be a Christian No way you could foresee her going in, dogging out his wife like this, attacking a widow, putting the children in danger. Charlie Kirk would roll over his grave based on how she's treating his wife. He loved and respected her. You think he would let somebody else like a Candace disrespect his own wife? Candace, this is why you're being sued, and this is why you're going to lose. You will reap what you sow. Period. I just hope that Erica Kirk go ahead and drop that federal lawsuit on her. Child. Thank you so much for the supers, you all. I appreciate it. Ooh, child. And I appreciate all of the comments flowing through the chat. Thank you all for engaging in the chat. Mama Sage, good night, honey. We'll be back at it tomorrow. You're not going to miss too much. I don't want to hold you all too much longer. I do want to get this photo. Oh, man. Oh, Candace, prepare to be pissed. Because you know I don't care how you feel. Oh, boy. Oh, this is so good. So Juju sent a couple photos. Poetry Princess sent a couple photos. Shout out to y'all. Y'all know these become thumbnails. Oh, yes. I want Charlie Kirk as Superman. Erica Kirk as Wonder Woman. We might as well just do a whole DCU lineup. And Candace is the dumb Joker. On crack. Candace crack is wick. Candace is a crackhead version of the Joker. Charlie Kirk Superman. Erica Kirk Wonder Woman. Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm excited about that. That's gonna be a whole thumbnail. Candace, I want you to be mad until Kingdom Come. Kick rocks. We got some photos, y'all. Oh my goodness, you guys are awesome. Oh man, if you all knew how many compliments I get on the thumbnails. I had Gary said that when we went on his show Thursday, he was like, your thumbnails are really good. And I said, it comes from the mods and the Luxers, the supporters over there in the LLC. They send me their fantastic images and photos, and I just use them as thumbnails and give the creators the shout out they deserve. We got to get creative over here. You guys are awesome. Oh, these photos are awesome. I love it. Oh, Candace, we got some photos. Oh, Jesus. I want to make sure I got the ones. I just put that folder over here. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to do date. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, Candace, you're going to be so mad. Y'all bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to move the photos into the folder right quick. Oh, she going to be so pissed. Candace, you know I don't care how you feel, right? No, not one little bit. Oh, man, this is too good. This is too good. Okay, I think I got them. Let me show y'all the photos right quick while we get our little commercial brain break. I do believe this is the part where he's going to go into the cease and desist letter. It came from the ruler of Zimbabwe. Can't make this up. Y'all, look at this. Oh, there you go, Candace. Now you can use this as exhibit. See, Your Honor? Superman is real. that strong arm and six pack and that strong neck. Look at Superman. We found him, y'all. We got Superman. Candace, you should be thanking me. I'm helping you out, you dumbass. You got to prove Superman is factually a real thing. Talking about objectively false. Girl, define the word objective, Candace. $7,000, she can't define it. She has no concept of the term objective. Everything she says is subjective. Except when she starts lying and you can prove her statements to be false. Can't make this up. There you go. Y'all, here's Superman. Strong arm, nice hair, strong necks, wide smile. Look at him, just happy as ever. Meanwhile, Candace is dogging and disrespecting his wife, who's now a widow, relentlessly because she's envious and jealous. You crackhead joker. Can't make this up. Look at him go. Oh, I love it. Oh, there we go. Candace. You want to sit here and say he does not have the neck of Superman again? That's all we see right now. We got Superman. Look at him strong. Well, we love that cape. He actually looks like the guy that played Superman. You know, in a movie. Because Candace, Superman is a fictitious character from a comic book. But since you want to sit here and talk about objectively speaking, yeah, well, let's go ahead and make it real. Charlie Kirk is not Superman. He is our Superman. There you go. The strength of 10 men. And the strength in his neck of an ox. I love it. Talking about, yeah, he didn't have a strong neck. That neck is looking mighty strong to me. Somebody send this to Erica Kirk. There you go. She want to sit here and talk. Erica Kirk said he had the neck of Superman. Yeah, well, you know. Look at this one. Oh, Candace. You look bigly mad in the background. I actually like this little photo. And that's Erica Kirk as former Miss Arizona. Candace, Charlie Kirk didn't want to have anything to do with your dumb ass. If he wanted you, he probably could have had you. I'm sure you would not have made it difficult or challenging at all. But he knew you were crazy and an alien. And that if you act the way you act now, that if you and Charlie Kirk would have ever even dated and he broke up with your ass, she would be 10 times worse. This is Candace, who knew him for all of 19 months and didn't help him build anything. She was just the loudest person in the room and bogarted her way next to him. There are better people who are more deserving of having a high-ranking position in TPUSA. They gave Candace a chance because she claimed to be a conservative and was the loudest one in the room, trying to make it seem as if she was sincere about being a true conservative, a Republican, Trump supporter, and all of that. And then her true colors really started to come through. And Charlie Kirk didn't like what he saw. He realized, oh, she's just a scammer. She literally, over time, showed him exactly who she was. Imagine traveling with her and you got to hear her talk. And then it's just like the stupidity of it all. 19 months was probably too long for Charlie Kirk to put up with Candace Owens. But think about it. She didn't even make 2 years. And yet she carries on as if she deserves to be CEO. Hell no. You and the devil are a liar, Candace. Can't make this up. So this dumb demon is pouting all over social media just like this photo. You want to keep saying Charlie Kirk was a Superman, Candace? Because I'm I'm gonna sit here and humiliate your ass every time I can. Can't make this up. You ain't gonna tell me he was not a good Superman. Absolutely adorable. Thank y'all. We know how to prove a point over here. What's going on? Welcome in. Hey, S5, how you doing, honey? Did I see you earlier? I'm sorry. Sour candy apple. Look at her pouty, y'all. Uh-oh. Somebody got the pouty face. Nigga sitting here getting bigly mad over something you can't control. Good grief. Oh, well, it wasn't a surgeon that said it. It was his wife. It was Erica. So, and Child Boo. Thank y'all for the photos. Shout out to Juju and Poetry Princess. Poetry Princess sent another one. Hold on, let's see. Oh, oh, this is good. Y'all gonna love this one. Oh, this is even better. I said crackhead version of Joker. Poetry Princess said, now let me step this up a little bit. Oh, yes. Hold on. Y'all gonna like this one. Oh, I'm definitely changing the thumbnail. She made her Grimace Yeasty the penguin. And not the one from the HBO series. That was a pretty good show. Candace, with your big head and big body. Oh, Candace, you gonna show us your feet? I mean, do they look like webbed feet or what? How does that go? Is it like 4 toes on one side of the foot and then one big toenail on the big toe? Candace, can you catch fish with your feet or what? You go about doing it. You just beak it. If Candace opened that umbrella, she might fly away. Candace, return to Antarctica where you belong. Take your coat with you. When I say this is epic, y'all look, LexCorp in the background. Is that the Daily Planet? Oh, look at Charlie Kirk as Superman. Erica Kirk is Wonder Woman. And Candace is the dumb Grimace Yeasty penguin. Barney called. He said he want his color back. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, this is epic. This is going to be our thumbnail right here. Portrait Princess, you nailed it. You nailed it. Shout out to Juju as well. You know I'm going to use your thumbnail for tomorrow. I love you guys' thumbnails. They are awesome. And they get so many compliments. And this is what it looks like when, happy people come together, bring their creativity to the table. And this is the product of it, the masterpiece of these thumbnails. All thanks to you guys. I appreciate that. People are loving the thumbnails, y'all. Oh, my goodness. And I love showcasing them. They're absolutely awesome. Yep, we got a new thumbnail. All right, let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, and make sure you're hitting that like button. We're not playing. Let's get back to it.
Like I said, my friends, it goes on and on and on. I just covered most of the big ones. I didn't want to take the entire show. She goes off on the Ben Shapiro stuff and Charlie Kirk hating each other again. And framing it as always with everybody knows Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk hated each other. Everybody knows is what people say when they don't have proof. Private texts require being verified. A text has to be produced. The sender has to be verified. The date has to be verified. The context has to be known. That full chain matters. Everybody knows is what you say when you've got nothing. But anyways, let's move on, guys. I want to get to this super amazing cease and desist that FaxMe received yesterday. And I needed to wait until I heard from my attorney to make sure I could safely talk about this. He sent me back the files with the redactions. But as you can see on the screen, I'm going to read this to you the best I can. There is a lot of redactions. This came from an attorney in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, per the advice of my attorney, he said not to mention who this came from. Okay, but it came from Nashville, Tennessee. Okay. It says, "Dear Mr. Lancaster, this office represents the person sending me the cease and desist. It is my understanding that for reasons known only to yourself,
No, this letter is something else.
you have elected to carry out an online attack upon my client on various platforms, including YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. For reasons known only to myself." Okay, we'll continue. "To address the most serious offense, you have publicly revealed client's address and the identity of client who is not in any way a public figure." There's a name there that is associated with this person, and that person is not, it's questionable, a public figure, but definitely not on the level we would consider a public figure. It says, "You found the information. The disclosure does not constitute an invasion of privacy. Your disclosure of client's address, together with your repeated attacks, have resulted in irreparable damage to their client and their family's safety. You are clearly inciting and inviting your viewers to violence against my client."
To violence.
Now, fact of this, has there been any time in any video you have seen of mine where I have pushed people to commit violent acts? This is the most insane thing I have ever read. And this, I don't even know what this is talking about. I think I'm being confused with somebody else, because it says, "In what I understand to be your most recent video, you state
that they didn't link.
we are gathering everybody that you have
No
wronged
evidence.
on here in a controlled environment, and you can't hide from it.
What?
Your actions constitute cyber stalking, such as prohibited by federal law, blah, blah, blah. You have clearly expressed the intent to threaten, terrify, and harass said client. Comments on
Really?
these platforms, many of which have been preserved, now include specific sightings of my client in public. Reference to the person's real name, full name, including her maiden name, and the unredacted address of the residence." Okay? Somebody's not doing their job. First off, I have never said anywhere we are gathering everybody that you have wronged on here in a controlled environment and you can't hide from it. I have never said that. So I don't know where that came from.
So to recap, because I'm gonna let this play out first, and then shout out to Francisca, you all. She did a couple analysis on the letter and the signature that I'm going to read once he's done. I just printed them to PDF. I had to make sure I printed them so that I didn't, of course, show her email address or anything like that. But the major flaws with this, of course, first off, is the grammar. Secondly, if I heard correctly, he didn't confirm if his attorney redacted it or if it came this way. But let's say his attorney redacted it. There's certain redactions that did not have to be done, if that makes sense. Like redacting out the statute codes is unnecessary. That's laws are laws. You can look that up. Like, why would you redact? That's not a private or secret matter if you're citing the law, especially the statute codes for the state or federal statute codes. That's not private information. So I'm not sure why any attorney would redact the law itself being cited. And you're accusing someone of violating such law. You're not going to redact the law that you're accusing them of violating. Does that make sense? Then you have the letter that sounds like it came from the Prince of Zamunda. Follow Rafiki, he knows the way. Y'all, we get these phishing scams and emails all the time to the Lady Luck Club email. They go straight to my spam folder. But anything talking about a copyright, something like that, and it's like, the email would actually say, what makes you think you can use this? And all, it's like, if it were legitimate and truthful, the answer should be you file a complaint through YouTube. Not send an email that goes straight to my spam folder talking about something with copyright and music. But see, the email is never specific. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to show an example of it. I'm going to show you all one of those dumbass emails look like. Anyway, somebody's accusing me of the hopefully if I have one. Yep, here's one right here. I actually have an example of this nonsense. You can't make this stuff up. Hold on a second. Let me print this out so you all can see as he read this. You can see what I'm explaining here, and I get this. I promise you, I will get this. I get this at least once a day. They go straight to my spam folder. So let me show you all an example of this, where it's absolute bogus. Because at the end of the day, you expect something like this to go through YouTube itself. But you all see here, let me scroll in. I have no quarrels with showing this email address because it's a scam. I'm not acknowledging a damn thing either. But as you can see here, this is kind of the gist of the email that I get from someone claiming that I am using music, copyrighted music, without their permission. The audacity. Y'all see what he said? A short message for the Lady Luck Club from someone named John Tupper. And then you see the email address here at liberio.it. What the hell is that? To the Lady Luck Club, period. Now, see, when you're looking at phishing emails, the first thing you look out for is the grammatical errors, spelling errors. This isn't even a statement. And then they use the wrong punctuation. Because this stuff matters when you're talking about a scam email versus something legitimate. If this were legitimate, the person would have just simply filed a copyright claim through YouTube. Okay. Would you mind explaining why you would use musical works? Who talks like this? Musical works? This is what I mean. I get this at least once a day. Why you would use musical works that belong to another person? Y'all see this book? Now imagine this being in a letter from some supposed attorney. Keep that in mind. This dumbass email, keep it in mind now. Imagine this being a cease-and-desist letter from an alleged attorney. Would you mind explaining why you would use musical works that belong to another person without crediting the original artist? Check. And then you got this compliance-media.blogspot.com. I don't have a blog website. Does y'all see what I mean? This was a hyperlink. I printed it. But this is a link. They expect me to put this link in my web browser. No. I don't have a blog website. And the fact that they did not cite an actual YouTube video and file the complaint through YouTube is a telltale sign that this is fake. The idea is to get me to put this link in an internet web browser and go to this website where I'm probably going to download a virus. If that link does not work, please copy and paste the address into the address bar of your browser. Y'all see that? Please acknowledge receipt. I ignored the hell out of it, and they can kiss my ass. I could care less than any person named John Tupper, Tupper, with this weird ass email address, sent me some nonsense like this and want me to post this link into the browser of an internet page on my device just so they can try to grab my information. The hell I will. This is a phishing scam. So for me, reading this email is the same as what I'm reading with that cease and desist. Grammatical errors, punctuation lacking, you got extra spaces where they don't belong, then the audacity of the tone. Like I'm going to tell a scammer why I use something that doesn't exist on a website I don't have. They didn't say what video, what the music, the song name is, none of that crap. Chaboo. So yeah, no, this got deleted. It went straight to my spam and then it got deleted. This is what I envision listening to this letter being read. For me, it's no different. It's just wordy and verbose and lengthy. That's why I'm like, this is not real. So let's get back to this. And then after that, I will read the analysis that Francisca looked up. We got some fantastic researchers here in the LLC. Plus, I appreciate any information that everybody provides so that you all can all be aware of this. Never, ever, ever, ever copy and paste some random link into your web browser. Don't ever do that, especially if you're not familiar with it. Like I know I don't have a blog website or anything, and they failed to cite a video and failed to submit the complaint to YouTube itself. So, they could only be talking about my YouTube videos because I don't make content anywhere else. I don't have a website. I just don't. I don't even have time for all that. So me getting some nonsense like that, it's the same as him getting this. The buffoonery of it all.
Your disclosure of client's address together with your repeated attacks have resulted in irreparable damage to their client and their family's safety. You are clearly inciting and inviting your viewers to violence against my client. Now, fact of this, has there been any time in any video you have seen of mine where I have pushed people to commit violent acts? This is the most insane thing I have ever read. And this, I don't even know what this is talking about. I think I'm being confused with somebody else because it says, in what I understand to be your most recent video, you state, we are gathering everybody that you have wronged on here in a controlled environment and you can't hide from it. Your actions constitute cyber stalking, such as prohibited by federal law, blah, blah, blah. You have clearly expressed the intent to threaten, terrify, and harass said client.
This sounds just like Candace. I mean, I can literally imagine Candace saying these same things. This is how she speaks. Like a moron. You are clearly... No, it's not clear. But once again, you have the lack of video evidence being cited. Because here is where you will see the video link to the YouTube video with the timestamp where we could easily go to that video evidence and see what's being said in the transcript and hear it in the video itself. You take this to court, the first thing that's going to be demanded is evidence, right? A cease and desist demand is saying this is a step before we go to court. So this letter should not only reference the law, but have actual evidence cited in it. Otherwise, you're just making all this dumb shit up. And you want someone to be afraid to exercise their free speech and expression and freedom of the press because you're throwing out a bunch of accusations at them. And then have the audacity to say that you can't hide under. What the hell you talking about? And you can't hide from it. Who are you talking to? Your actions constitutes cyber stalking because constitutes cyber stalking somehow is grammatically correct to this individual. He said, I think they may have mistaken me. This sample letter like this, they send this out to everyone they're trying to scam and dupe. That's why it's a phishing scam. They're just kind of fishing around to see who takes the bait. And he unfortunately took the bait. I hope he gets a whole new email address and deletes the one wherever this came in from. Like, it would have had to come directly to him because they would not naturally know his attorney, right? He said he gave this to his attorney. So it came to him first. That means it was emailed to him. And I literally would have been like, no. You want to talk about copyright infringement? No, you file a complaint through YouTube on it. Because you're talking about a YouTube video. If it were X, you would do the same thing through X. But even the wording, the phrasing of this, no reasonable, sane, sound-minded attorney talks like that. This is the epitome of stupidity. The judge would chew any attorney up that wrote this bogus ass letter. They'd be chewed up and reprimanded. How dare you bring this insulting BS in my courtroom, counselor? You act as if you didn't pass English. Second grade English. What the hell am I reading? This letter has to be the most unprofessional, idiotic sounding letter that I have ever read in my entire career sitting on the bench. That's exactly what a judge would say. And probably will be prone to sanction the attorney as well as reprimand them for sending this bull to any person here on earth on U.S. soil. Because I honestly would just call this person's bluff. Yeah, okay, sue me. I would love for a judge to read this bullshit.
Comments on these platforms, many of which have been preserved, now include specific sightings of my client in public. Reference to the person's real name, full name, including her maiden name, and the unredacted address of the residence. Okay? Somebody's not doing their job. First off, I have never said anywhere we are gathering everybody that you have wronged on here in a controlled environment and you can't hide from it. I have never said that. So I don't know where that came from. Video. Nor have I asked you, Factivist, or anybody else to act out on anything violent.
Did not.
Ever.
Nope.
Okay, so somebody's being misdirected here. Or what I particularly think this is just simply a scare tactic. Your followers have clearly taken your messaging as a directive to survey, expose, and endanger my...
What follower? That could be the entire internet. That could be everyone on YouTube. There are over 1 billion users on YouTube. Candace, if you out here, you and George Farmer out here playing around sending people these bogus ass letters, I hope they lock you up. I truly hope you do not return back to the U.S. from Russia. Somebody send this to Russia and say, an attorney that is linked to Candace Owens sent this nonsense. Heads up. They will laugh at this crap. Even one of the country's most ardent enemies of the state would laugh at this. This is so stupid. Fax me, please change your email address and password.
My client, this is not speculative. This is documented.
Where?
Who do we know?
It can't be documented because you failed to actually cite the evidence. If you all look at an actual real example of a cease and desist letter that came from a bar licensed attorney on copyright or defamation and cyber stalking, I'm telling you, this right here would be insulting to the court. It would be insulting to file this dumb crap to a court of law in the entirety of the United States of America. Did Baron Coleman write this or what?
No, who has been trying to get their audience to run surveillance on Erica Kirk and all these other people. I have never asked any of this of any of
this
you,
is crazy.
ever. Your actions have been
let me
reported to
just
the
look.
police department, and we are preparing to notify the FBI.
Now, I want you to report them. Please send this to the FBI so we can all have a good giggle together. They're going to call me and be like, y'all, Lady Luck Club, don't worry about that. We can't even make out half of what was said because they got these long run-on sentences. What is going to end up happening is they're going to try to find out who this alleged attorney is and see if that person is real. Because clearly, I guess Superman is real in this reality here on Earth. So obviously, Sonny R. Aldrich, aka Trip Aldrich, must be real too, huh? Because reasons. Candace is the only one that is talking about someone having the neck of Superman being objectively false. You don't think she would do something like this? Candace forges text messages and emails from the United States Army, where the DOJ, the DOD, has to debunk emails she claimed went to the White House. The DOD had to debunk it. So that is not a real damn email or letter or anything from us. This is how bad Candace lies. George, instead of you telling us how you got a black eye, you aiding in this nonsense here. You do understand that sending out these fraudulent letters purporting yourself to be an attorney when you are not is illegal. You understand that? Impersonating an attorney, which is an officer of the court, is a crime. And to this extent, it would be a felony. George, you want to keep playing games with Candace, or you going to tell her to make you a sandwich and go sit the hell down somewhere? How far are they willing to go with this dumb crap?
It is out of concern for client safety that we demand that you immediately take down any videos which reveal client's address and location. I've never posted that. I have never posted that information.
Once again, that would be a privacy complaint you will file through YouTube for a YouTube video showing an address. Not this nonsense buffoonery here. The Prince of Zamunda. Rafiki out here playing around with coconuts and shells and whatever he used to rub that line across the Lion King's head. Rafiki was high when he wrote this letter.
Fuck you. Beyond the imminent danger your irresponsible conduct has placed the client's family in, we must now focus on the other aspects of your attack.
Rafiki, he know
You continue to produce offensive video content which defames my client, claiming, among other things, that I'm not allowed to read that part. Engages in, engages in, let me get to the other page. It's 2-page cease and desist, guys. Deviant behavior. I'm assuming that means when I'm bringing up Andrew Tate, Harvey Weinstein, stuff like that. It appears you may believe that your actions are protected by the fair use provisions of the United States Copyright Act.
It appears? No, that would be obvious. That is my absolute defense. Y'all, think about this. Since when did the cease and desist letter give the person you're sending it to more defense and coverage than the person you're writing this on behalf of? It appears that you may believe that your actions are protected by the fair use provisions of the United States Copyright Act. If that is what this idiot picked up, they're absolutely right. It is protected under fair use. Problem is, I don't need you to tell me that. Why are you telling me the obvious? If someone is accusing you of copyright infringement, the first main defense would be this is protected by fair use. And then you prove how. And there are certain requirements to meet that standard for fair use. And you got the idiot that's, the scammer that sent this letter to fax me, giving him a defense, acknowledging that this would be protected under fair use. So what are we talking about? Oh man, this letter is stupid from start to finish.
We are not at this time asserting claims of copyright infringement, although we reserve the right to do
Ought to be
so.
ashamed of himself.
Rather, you are defaming my client and violating, among other statutes. And I'm not allowed to read the statutes because apparently that's acknowledging the statutes, which protects an individual's name, image, voice, and digital recreation. Be advised that this law provides for recovery of substantial monetary damages. Big surprise there. We also believe that your actions are in violation of the Federal Lanham Act. Now, this next paragraph, I want to clarify. This shows you how retarded.
But they never say how. Y'all, a cease and desist letter should be kind of like a roadmap, a summarized roadmap of the lawsuit itself. It should give background, facts, and information, give evidence that you have and citate that evidence properly or cite it properly. If you have case law or state level or federal statute codes, you have to cite that properly. It's a summarized roadmap to a lawsuit because it's the step you're taking before you sue the crap out of somebody. If you can't even manage to put in the video evidence of where I made a statement from it, or cite the law and how I'm violating it, what do you think that actual lawsuit complaint is going to read like? What do you think is going to be in it? Oftentimes, that's what happens. The federal complaint, or the lawsuit complaint, rather, if there is a cease and desist letter that was sent before that, then the actual lawsuit complaint itself is a more in-depth version of the cease and desist letter. And mind you, a cease and desist letter can be sent by anyone. You don't have to be an attorney to send a cease and desist letter to someone. But you definitely need to be able to provide evidence. If you're accusing them of violating federal laws, you need to say how. They just said, we believe you're also violating the Lanham Act. What do you mean? How? You have to lay that out. I mean, they might as well accuse him of violating the Anti-Discrimination Act of 1964. What are we talking about? They can say he violated any federal law. But if they can't show how that's being done and supply the evidence to support it, we don't care, and this is a scam. You can't make this up, man.
This client is. Okay, there was an Instagram account that a factivist pointed out to me and said, hey, is this you? Somebody had made a fake Fax Me account. They were taking my videos, content, rebranding it.
Oh, my God.
Kind of changing the context of things. And once I was made aware of it, I reported it and Instagram took it down. Okay. But this is what that paragraph is talking about. We are also aware of an Instagram account operating under the name, which was Fax Me. I don't know why I had to block that out. Whatever. You may have recently taken it down, which features reposted content tied to your YouTube and Facebook pages. Several posts from this account include disturbing images, salacious, mocking, and harassing captions. These actions constitute extreme emotional abuse of client's family and have caused significant additional harm. In fact, if you have not already done, you are hereby instructed to remove this Instagram account, which the Instagram account was removed. It wasn't me. It was
You are hereby. No, that is not how any bar licensed attorney with a modicum of professionalism would even make the demand itself with regards to removal of said defamatory content. You don't hereby demand anybody to do a damn thing. Because if you've already acknowledged that my content is protected by fair use, then that would be my defense in court. I'm not removing it because you think you can just hereby demand me to do it. Yeah, I hereby demand you kiss my ass. I mean, we can hereby demand each other to do things all day. It doesn't mean you have the standing or the authority to make me do it. But that's the thing. They didn't even file any complaints through YouTube to have the videos taken down. Candace, I'm not giving you ideas because we all know you're stupid. But if you're stooping this low to send out fake letters like this, because you don't need an attorney to send out a cease and desist, why would you stoop this low? You do realize you're not an attorney. You do realize that. You can request that someone take something down, but you have to prove it was defamatory to begin with. You don't give the person a defense in saying it was protected by fair use. This whole thing reads like something Candace would say. Bottom line, we all know this letter's fake. I think we can all safely say that. But I wouldn't put it past Candace Owens to send out a fake cease and desist like it's coming from a scammer because Rafiki was bored. Simple grew up and all, and you don't have any more lion cubs to line over with some red chalk.
somebody pretending to be me. So I'm not even concerned about that. We therefore demand, here is the great one. Okay, we therefore demand you remove these entire channels, including but not limited to the Facebook page, TikTok account, YouTube account, and each and every video and all associated material which defames my client, distorts their name, voice, image, and likeness. These videos have been preserved and will result in legal action against you or any person found to be colluding with.
How have they been preserved? You screenshot or download it or what? Why would you want me to take it down if you preserved it? Wouldn't you want me to just keep it where it is so that the judge and jury can see it? Which videos are we talking about again? God, you're talking about videos being preserved, but you didn't tell me which ones. Y'all, this letter is so stupid. I'm losing brain cells. We almost done.
Me, especially if you fail to comply with these demands. If I fail to comply with these demands. So they want me to wipe fax me off the face of the earth.
Hell no.
Oh, okay. I'm a godly man. But you know what you can go do? Fax me isn't going anywhere. And you can take this cease and desist after I wipe my ass with it. And I want you to shove it in your mouth and down your throat and swallow it. Because that is about as close as you are ever going to get to beating me. Okay?
I know, right?
I want you to take this cease and desist. After I wipe my ass with it, I am going to mail it back. And I want to see on video you eat it. That's not a threat. That's just a request.
Now, I hear about
if you have any questions, and if you're just asking questions, please let me know. I am not concerned about this. Fax me isn't going anywhere. I'm not taking anything down. I am well within my rights to do everything that I've been doing because everything that I post is factual. So you can't even play that angle. You cannot play defamation. Everything is factual. Parodies are parodies, and that's protected. So eat it. Eat it. This, when I send it to you, because you will be getting it back. And I hope you DNA test it, too, because then that'll actually give you something to use. My cease and desist covered in my shit. That'll give you something to use, right? You wish I would send you that. But that's what I think, okay? Because that's about all you're worth, client I can't name. Anyways, moving on, guys. Let's get rid of that negativity and let's talk about this. I think it's amazing. Not because I did it, just I think it's moving. I think it's original. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this music video.
Okay, so here's the thing with Fax Me music videos. I have to reach out to him first before I play it, because the last two songs, two videos rather, where he did songs that we play here, they flagged it for copyright content. And I'm like, oh Lord, I have to check with him to see if these are copyrighted first before I play it. Because I'm tired of filing disputes and all this stuff. I honestly don't even have time. I barely have time to read all my emails. I certainly can't sit here and go back and forth with YouTube over content protected by fair use, where they're saying, oh no, the music itself ties back to this original artist song. Like, oh no. So make sure you guys go on Fax Me channel and check out this music video here. I actually have not seen it because I was waiting to play it. And then, of course, I got those copyright claims on the other two videos. And I'm like, man, what is going on? It sounds like him. He's singing the song, but the music, I think, is what's very similar to the actual original artist song. And it's being picked up as copyright claim content. So I need to reach out to him and see, okay, is this original music or whatever first before I even play it? Because you never know. YouTube is stupid. They have no system in place to be consistent about flagging content, because Candace's videos is up and she can sit here and play videos of Charlie Kirk being shot in 18 different angles and they never take down her crap. So it's very irritating how they pick and choose who they want to go after. They won't go after her for her blatant defamation where she lies like hell, but they'll go after a content creator because the music sounds similar. Like, good grief. So make sure you guys go check him out. And I'm going to read this information, and that is going to be all for this one. So the analysis that I wanted to share with you all. Shout out to Francisca for sending over some of the analysis. There is one on the signature. So this is what we're looking at. This is the information about the signature itself from this alleged attorney. In my personal opinion, I don't believe it's real. I don't believe the attorney is real. I believe the website is fake. It reads like it's just a scam. The grammatical errors is mind-numbing. And I did go through last night in our live stream. I went through the inspect element to see what the programming language looked like. It looked like that photo was a stock photo image. But it could be a real person, but they're using this person's photo for a fake website. That can also be a possibility. So you have, an issue of fake identity here, where it could be a photo of a real person that exists, not just some stock image. It could be a real individual who is not aware that their photo is being used for this fake website, being posed as an attorney. So that is another option. But it's so bogus the way it reads. If you guys go on the website, it is so bogus. It's so bogus. So we went over the website last night in that live stream. Make sure you guys check that out. That's the one we had the collab with Artie Trolls. Shout out to Artie Trolls. We had a good time with him. Hopefully he'll come back and then I'll be able to actually turn my camera on. But man, that website is painful. So brace yourself. If you do go on the website, brushes him. But I don't believe it's real. This letter is certainly not real. It reads like a phishing scam all day, every day. And so the analysis, shout out to Francisca, our fantastic mod here in the LLC, that she came up with the information here. Hopefully, somebody send this video to fax me so he can see this. So it says here, the analysis of the cease and desist letter shown in the screenshot you shared now included in the section signature section. This assessment focuses on whether the document appears to have been genuinely drafted and issued by Sarney R. Tripp Aldrich of Aldrich Law. And this is just a structured breakdown of the findings. One, let me expand this a little bit more so y'all can see that. Zoom in. Letterhead and contact info. The letterhead displayed in the screenshots matches the verified legitimate details of Aldrich Law. And you have the name, attorney at law. What we don't see is a bar license number. That can, and most times, are included, even for a cease and desist letter, because you have the right to verify whether or not this is a real attorney. And the best way to do that is to get their bar license number, and then you can just look it up under the Prospective Bar Association website. So if he's registered with the Tennessee State Bar, we should be able to find him there. We should be able to find him there. I would not be shocked, once again, if this is a real person, but you got some scammer out here creating a fake website using that person's identity. I wouldn't put that past the scam. Scammers do all this stuff. They come up with all kinds of various tricks and ways to perpetuate a scam. So I wouldn't put it past the scammer to do that. So you see all that information there. That info is accurate. However, letterhead can be copied, so its presence alone does not confirm authorship, which it doesn't. It could just be simply a part of an actual letterhead with that attorney's information, but on a fake letter. The writing style and legal structure. The body of the letter contains several indicators that it may not have been drafted by a licensed attorney. The writing lacks the structured, precise tone typical of legal correspondence. Multiple unrelated legal concepts, copyright, Lanham Act, defamation, likeness rights, emotional abuse, are combined in a single narrative without proper citation or structure. Citation of law, citation of the video evidence, or any other evidence is completely missing. The language resembles text copied from online sources rather than a professionally drafted legal notice. 3, missing professional elements. A genuine cease and desist letter typically includes a bar number. Y'all see that? Candace, this is why you wouldn't be able to pull this bullshit stunt on me. My godmother, one of my godmothers is a retired federal judge. You will not be able to pull this bullshit stunt on me. That's what's so crazy about this. It's like she did this. She's an idiot. So yeah, if you will see a bar number, a typed signature block, a formal signature, a clear identification of the client, a specific legal basis for each demand. Now, mind you, there are redactions in it. But regardless of the redactions of the person, you don't redact the actual citation of law or case law or the evidence itself. Especially if you're claiming that one of the evidence, key pieces of evidence here is a video evidence that is on a public platform such as YouTube. It should not be a problem to actually put in the URL for that YouTube link to the video with the timestamp, because it should be just that apples to apples. That's it. You don't have to guesstimate what someone said if you can just pull the video and show the timestamp of where they actually said it and get the transcript in real time. So, The screenshots do not show a bar number or a formal signature block. The signature line simply reads "Sincerely, Sonny R. Aldrich." It wouldn't say "Sincerely." Say "Regards," and then it would have, the name, and then the name would be typed or printed, plus the attorney's information as an email signature below. The bar license number, if there are any other attorneys being CC'd, they would CC the person that's sending the letter on behalf of down in the signature block. You don't have any of that. None of that. So this is unusual for a formal legal demand. Context of the letter's appearance. The letter appears within a YouTube live stream discussing online drama. Legitimate legal correspondence is not typically distributed through on social media commentary channels. It wasn't distributed that way, but clearly when you're doing a search of the letter itself, what was this, Grok or Chat GPT, whatever the software that read the letter itself is just kind of giving the analysis of it. But the fact that it was emailed directly to him and not his attorney, because naturally this attorney, if it were real, right, the attorney would not know who Stephen Lancaster's attorney is. You have to find that out somehow. And more than likely, it would go to the person you're sending the letter to, and then they are responsible with forwarding the letter to their attorney. So he can't report on it and just read it, as long as the attorney is like, listen, maybe you can just share this information, but not this. Or you can't speak about this at all. But because this letter is fake as hell, his attorney probably was like, this letter is dumb. You can read it. Might need to read it so that people are aware that there's a phishing scam going on. So overall assessment based on a combination of correct letterhead, questionable writing quality, missing legal identifiers, improper legal structure, social media context, informal signature presentation, it is unlikely that this letter was drafted or sent by the Aldrich Law despite the accurate letterhead. Most plausible explanation is that someone copied the real attorney's letterhead and created their own cease and desist letter, because it sounds like something Candace wrote. Bottom line, it sounds something she wrote. Okay. And then this right here is on the actual letter, an analysis on the letter itself. It went through AI. And it kind of goes over some of the similar elements to that regarding the context, the structure. You got a specific legal basis for each demand missing. He can't prove how the person broke the law. Can't make this up. So this is some information. Hopefully Fax Me sees this, because you can't make this up. This is absolute. Oh my God, Candace. If you are behind this and you actually have an attorney that sent this out, that attorney is going to be investigated by a bar association because they're stupid and incompetent. And you do realize you can be countered, Candace, because something like this will be an absolute waste of the court's time if you decide to sue Fax Me on your so-called dumb conspiracy theories that you can't prove. And he ends up having to get an attorney to represent him in this very frivolous lawsuit, all because you don't like his commentary. That is not how that works. And if you really think that U.S. Americans should be sitting here silencing their First Amendment rights just so you can feel good about yourself, You need to take your dumb ass to Russia and never come back. And we will not miss you at all. Not even a little bit. And just to, rub it in. Once again, we have Superman. Oh, man. You know what would be awesome? Superman knocking the Penguin the hell out. Can't make this up. Let's get the last of the supers in. God. Candace Owens, oh, you have pissed us all off for a lifetime, girl. Ugh. She actually think people are worried about that. People are so jealous of me going to Russia. We don't care you go. We want you to leave the kids behind, one. And two, we don't want you to come back. Girl, bye. George, if you have even an ounce of marijuana on you, I hope they detain you and Candace like they did that NBA player girl. Went through the airport. They sentenced her to 7 to 9 years for some weed. The U.S. had to negotiate to get her back. Candace, I'm gonna tell you something right now. There will be a whole petition to prevent the U.S. government from trying to get you back if you get stuck over there. We'll want the kids, but we don't want you. You can stay there. She's all yours, Putin. Candace, by the time these so-called intel Russian operatives get through drilling your dumb behind, and you realize how stupid you are compared to people who are trained to get information out of somebody, yeah, you'll come screaming and crying back. I got kids. They won't let me leave. You shouldn't have taken them over there. Can't make this up. Superman would not be happy knowing that 4 innocent children were put in harm's way. And all because of what? And then you lied about the reason why you're going to Russia, Candace. That's so stupid. And yet you won't show us your 2 degrees or tell us how George got that black eye. He might come back with 3 black eyes. Who knows? Candace, he does not go fishing over there. I can guarantee you that. I already showed the photo of George and Milo. Nah, they'll be watching his ass like a hawk. Did you bring your boyfriend with you? Come with us to the Kremlin. We got something for you. Yeah, this is ridiculous. They said don't go over there. You took your happy ass over there either way. Yeah, they can have you. Girl, bye. Thank y'all so much, man. We got his last supers in. Let's see here. We got a super from Mindy for $2. LLC, did you get Sifa's photos as well? I did not. I'm sorry. Sifa, okay, Sifa, you're sending me those over on, are they on X? Hold on. Okay. Oh, Candace. Sifa sent the Russian photo. It's the only one I have so far that I see. Y'all, we're gonna be back in this tomorrow. I'm gonna schedule the next live for tomorrow. Our marathon. Oh, this is priceless. Oh my God, Candace, send this. Get a t-shirt of this. Candace, why don't you put this on a t-shirt? I dare you, Candace. Put this on a t-shirt and wear this on U.S. soil. Go ahead. Candace, I dare you go to a United States Armed Forces military base wearing a t-shirt of this photo. Please do it. He got Candace in bed with Vladimir Putin and this guy. He looked mad. Oh, he looked so pissed. I put on this pink and we got to sit here and share time with Putin. How to Destroy the West. Ah, quite a book, Candace. Get your traitorous ass. You can't make this up. Candace, you're so vile. Candace, you know this is going to be a thumbnail, right? Oh, man. We got so many choices, you all. I may have to put a different thumbnail over on LLC with Sweet Tea versus the main channel here. This is epic. You know how many people be like, what's sent you this, Sifa? My fantastic luxers here in the LLC are the ones that help come together with these fantastic images. These are works of art. Oh, Candace, put this on a t-shirt, you dumb heifer. She's all yours, boo. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We've had fun, boy. We're going at 4 hours. I told y'all to brace yourselves for the long haul. Tomorrow we'll be at it even longer. After Scientology Sunday, it's another Candace Owens marathon. We got that Bride of Candace to watch. I'm excited. And still waiting on Edie Marie. Has Edie Marie posted her new video of our therapy session with Candyland by Capade? I've been waiting on that. I'm gonna have to reach out to her like, girl, where the video at? Nope, I don't see it. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, we're still waiting. I don't see it, but I'm gonna reach out to her and say, hey, where the video? All right, we're ready to get in that good laugh. Plus, I just absolutely love that character. All right, y'all. That's all we got. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you all. Hit the like button. Make sure you guys hype this video up when it's done. And if you can, leave your comments and thoughts in the comment section below. All right, I do read the comments. I may not get the chance to respond to them all, but I do see them as they come in. The candy asses are still stupid. They're proud to be Cope members, so, whatever. Why don't you all go with her to Russia and don't come back either? Appreciate you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Tune in and check out the notification. We will have Ami on June 2nd. I'm excited about that. So make sure you guys are prepared for that fantastic collab and show. And we'll go from there. Y'all be good. And until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.